Chapter 10. Now that my assignment to stop the execution had ended in such an unsatisfactory way, I decided to go see Lin at the Justice Minister's office. Detective Jowd's story about this other murder weighs on me heavily. Should I tell Lin about it? I just don't know. This time, Lin isn't dead, but the atmosphere makes me think it might be too soon to count my blessings just yet. I'm glad Lin isn't dead, but what in the world is she doing? Then again, do I really want to know? Hey, can you hear me? He's dead, but he still seems to be unconscious. Hey, there you are. What kind of greeting is that? And shoving somebody's poor soul out of the way like that? Tisk tisk. I gotta say though, no matter where you go, somebody always seems to turn up dead. Sorry about that. Who is it this time? Is this the Justice Minister? Yeah, the man who signed the order to carry out Detective Jowd's execution. He was already dead when I got here. Oh boy, I wonder what happened this time. Well, and how did it go? Was Detective Jowd still alive? He had already been executed by the time I got there. I did manage to save him, but... You did? Oh, I'm so glad. Wait a minute. Did you say but? I told Lin about my adventure at the prison, about that other murder, though I couldn't bring myself to tell her. Inspector Cabanela arrested Detective Jowd. I can't believe it. Inspector Cabanela would never betray Detective Jowd. Just so you know, Detective Jowd himself said it was the right thing to do. Anyway, I had better take care of the Justice Minister here. Right, and I have lots of questions for him too. Back we go then, to 4 minutes before his death. Emma! Oh, excuse me. What? All right. I'll do as you say. This is terrible. Why doesn't she answer? My medicine. Well, water. Such a foolish man. Oh, you woke up? He's a contradiction. Contradiction. The more we search for the truth, the further into a dilemma we fall. The world of men is steeped in contradictions. If we choose this, we can't have that. If a man tries to have his medicine bottle and water pitcher too, he loses both. Oh, I dunno. To me, it looks like you could have had both of those things just now. He didn't know the truth about the world. That's why he died. Such a foolish man. Or maybe I should say a pathetic man. That's the more fitting word. I don't think this guy gets it yet, that the foolish and pathetic man is him. Is that what they call a contradiction? By the way, what's your name? Just call me a seeker of truth. Sidestepped that one, didn't he? Alright, let's stop him from dying of a heart attack or whatever. No need to think too hard about this one. All I have to do is get his medicine to him. Pretty simple. But there's one more thing that concerns me. What was that telephone call the Justice Minister got all about? It was right after that his health took an instant downturn. I've never seen such a foolish, pathetic, and strange man. I think you had better stop there. Emma. Oh, excuse me. Forgive me for calling so late, Mr. Minister. Who is this? How did you get this number? We have your daughter. Who is this? Emily's tutor? Would a tutor call you at this hour? No. I'll say it one more time. We have your daughter. My daughter, is she all right? Tell me she's all right. Hear for yourself. Papa, help! I'm gonna be killed. What do you want? What are your demands? I believe we already made our demand known the other day. Oh, so it was you. And have you complied? Has the execution been carried out? I didn't do it because of your demand. I did it because that's my job. Yes, of course. They should be contacting me any minute now with the confirmation. There's no need for this kidnapping. We're very thorough. You would do well to remember that. And of course it goes without saying, we're watching you. If this information leaves that room, you'll never see your daughter again. I trust you understand that. Don't tell the police, is that it? Exactly. All you have to do is your job. Alright, I'll do as you say. I'll make sure the execution is carried out tonight. You have my word. Oh, that's just lovely. This is terrible. A kidnapping. Once again, I'm not sure I know what the word means. It's apparently the cause of the minister's attack. Such a useless man. A useless man caught up in a useless case. Why doesn't he understand that? Anyway, we only have 4 minutes here. I had better do something about that medicine. I have to call my wife. I have to see if it's true. Maybe they called the wrong person. This minister doesn't accept the truth easily. He's morally bankrupt. Okay, now you're taking it too far. His wife won't answer for some reason. A wife who doesn't answer her phone. I think I know who that is. A morally bankrupt man deserves a morally bankrupt wife. Why doesn't that man understand that? Now I'm sorry I ever brought this guy along. Why doesn't she answer? And then he starts having a heart attack. Oh no! Here it comes. His worry and anxiety have reached their peak. Such a disgraceful man. If one lives his life in fits, he's bound to be plagued by fits. It's so simple. Why doesn't he understand? But there wasn't a chance to rescue him before now. It's not over yet, though. I can't give up now. Ah, ah, ah. Bap, 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 bap. There, that should help. At least now he's had some water. He's still breathing, apparently, but he looks far from recovered, unfortunately. Such a wishy-washy man. He can't make up his mind whether to live or die. That's how he lives his life. Okay. At least now I bought some time to get his medicine to him. Okay. Okay, time for the next step. Now about this medicine bottle. If the minister is going to make a full recovery, I have to deliver this thing to him. But how is a ghost with no hands or feet supposed to do that? I guess I'll just have to use my head instead. Okay, I might have messed up there. Da, 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 da. Try that again. Yes, we know we've got to get the bottle open. We've got to get the bottle open. How are we going to do that? This urn is pretty light. Once an urn is dropped, there's no getting it back. I guess I'd better think carefully about what I drop and when. It's a pretty light frame for its size. There sure are a lot of things that can fall down in this room. He's a fallen man. He deserves to have everything come tumbling down on his head. I don't know about fallen man, but you talk about him like he's your fall guy. I guess the key here is what order the objects are dropped in. My medicine. I don't think you're supposed to take the whole thing like that, bro. There, the minister finally took his medicine and then died of overdose. I think maybe he even took too much medicine. Such a greedy man. He's supposed to take 2 capsules with water. Why doesn't he know that? Cut the guy some slack. There, see? That was a lot of work. Well, hopefully this taught him a lesson. He greatly underestimated his dependence on his medicine. I hope he learned something from this experience. First, know yourself. That is the key to everything. I think you need to listen to your own advice. Anyway, let's go back to the world of the present. And so the Justice Minister is now back to life, but the furrow on his brow are even deeper now. And apparently our lady detective is the present cause of those furrows. Look, detective, He was sentenced after a fair trial, and the man himself wants to be executed. But there was no evidence. All they had was his own confession. But it was no ordinary confession. It was a confession of an esteemed detective. Stay back. I told you I don't want anybody coming near me. Mr. Minister, please listen to me. I might be able to gather new evidence in that case tonight. Well, what? So, please, just give me a little more time. I just got a call from the prison. Your death row convict apparently just escaped. Unfortunately, after all this time, it seems he now wants to dodge his punishment. But when he's apprehended, his sentence will be carried out. Tonight. No. But when the sentence was handed down, you were against enforcing the death penalty. So why did you sign the order all of a sudden? Well, I was simply performing my duty as Justice Minister. That's all there is to it. Lynn looks like she's about to rip into the Justice Minister. I think she's forgotten all about me. I think I'll send her a little signal. Cecil, there you are. It sounds like the minister is being very stubborn. That's right, he is. Maybe we shouldn't have saved him after all. The minister has to have the execution carried out tonight, and he has a very good reason for it. A good reason. I told Lynn what I had learned about the kidnapping. Kidnapping? They kidnapped the Justice Minister's daughter. Apparently. Oh, my goodness. But still, that's still no reason to hurry forward with the execution. Why don't you go ahead and say that to the Justice Minister then? The poor man. I hate to do that to him. Oh, by the way, do you think you could carry me? Oh, right. Sure. Not very handy, is it, having no legs? What are you going to do with that clobe? Crack me in the head with it. Oh, this? Pay no attention to this. It's kind of hard not to pay attention to it. By the way, and please pardon me if this is a silly question, were you talking to somebody just now? But of course not, right? I mean, there's no such thing as ghosts, right? Are you talking about me? No, there's no such thing. This is a dream. It's nothing but a dream. Don't you remember me? My dream is talking to me. So now I'm a dream. Mr. Minister, we know about your daughter. She was kidnapped, wasn't she? And if the execution doesn't take place tonight, you won't see her again. Your medicine, medicine. Oh, what am I going to do? The death row prisoner has escaped. If he isn't executed tonight, my daughter, my Amy Lee. But what if that execution isn't the right thing to do? Come on, Lynn. If you keep that pressing him like that, he's going to die again. What can I do then? We have to do something about that kidnapping. Until we do that, It'll be impossible to get the minister on our side. That's the way I see it. I think I'll start by gathering info on the kidnapping, in the only way I know how. Alright, let's go. I really should pay the kidnapper's hideout a visit. After all, if we want the Justice Minister to come around, we have to solve this problem first. I feel like I'm slowly moving away from my own mystery. I'm not the kind of guy who can abandon a little lady in trouble, so I guess I'm in this for a little while longer. The Justice Minister's daughter has been abducted. The kidnappers demand the execution of the death row prisoner Zhao to be carried out tonight. Lin says the execution is a mistake, and I believe her, so I'm paying the kidnappers' hideout a visit to see what I can find out about the abduction. What took you so long? Your instinct was right, Beauty, my dear. They had that restaurant surrounded. It took me forever to shake them, and now my poor bike is ready for the scrap heap. Next time, maybe you should make it a tricycle so you don't hurt yourself. That hurts, Beauty. That's okay. That's what I love about you. Be a little more gentle with our valuable hostage, please. Yes, yes. Always keep a smile on a lady's face, right, my dear? There. See that, Beauty? Now there's a smile blooming on your face, too, my dear. Yes, a wry smile. I'm going out for a breath of fresh air. You're on guard duty. All right, I'll dream of you until you return. Why don't you open the trunk for our guest? I will, Beauty. I was just taking a little breather. All right, little lady, let me open that trunk for you. Beauty. It looks like the Justice Minister's daughter really has been kidnapped. Something else is bothering me too. I don't think I've ever been to this room before. Something about it is giving me a strange sense of deja vu. I've seen something like this before. Taking something precious to manipulate others. So that's what kidnapping is. The dirty tricks those without the powers of the dead come up with. However, if I take that precious thing back, their power vanishes, doesn't it? Now then, time to see how the Justice Minister's little girl is doing before this guy wakes up from his dream of beauty. Darn, I can't reach my destination from here. Just my imagination. Just my imagination. That's all he has to say. What an amazingly simple fellow. This room, on the other hand, is starting to look amazingly festive. The question is, how can I use it to my advantage? Just my imagination again. Just my imagination, that's all he has to say. If he was any more laid back, he would fall right off that crate. But look at that streamer go spinning round and round. Now, how can I make use of that? Hmm. Hmm. Mm. Mm. Mhm. Just my imagination again. Such a laid back fellow. That's not even their daughter. What the heck? Unless it is? And he has two daughters? Hmm. What's going on here? This little lady is. Is this little lady really a daughter of the Justice Minister? Just my imagination. What's with the fun book and juice? Like I said, always keep a smile on a lady's face. I wanted to treat our guest well. How about treating me well? I would like some bread and milk, please. But you've already got the milk, Mommy. What? At your service, my dear. Be back in a flash. Hey, mister. Yes, cute little lady. More juice, perhaps. All you have to do is ask. Have I been kidnapped? Don't cry, little dear. There's nothing to be afraid of. The surroundings are miserable and filthy, I know, but we just ask for a little patience. Don't say those awful things about this house. This house is where I used to live. Well, what? I apologize, little lady. I'm the one who's miserable and filthy. Forgive me. What's the meaning of this, beauty? Why here at this girl's old house? Don't ask me. It was the other party in our deal who chose this location. Oh, oh, I see. It's been empty for 5 years, and apparently nobody ever comes here. But never mind that. What about my bread and milk? Oh, of course. Now you be a good girl while I'm gone. You just read your book and drink your juice. I want to go home. Not quite yet. This dilapidated place was Camilla's old house. What's going on here? Hmm, that is a good question, isn't it? Well, what in the world? Why does the little lady have a core of the dead? When I helped her out at Lynn's apartment, she didn't have one, so that must mean she must have died sometime after that. And it also means somebody else must have saved her. I had better ask her what happened. Who's there? Oh, wait a minute. Is that you, Missile? Missile? I'm sorry, I'm not Missile. My name's Sissel. Sissel? My name is Camilla. Camilla. So it is her. I knew it. What happened to me? What is this place? I can hardly tell the poor little thing this is the land of the dead. The land of the dead? Does that mean I'm dead? Darn, I forgot there are no secrets in the ghost world. You can relax, you're not dead. But this isn't the first time you've been here, apparently. Really? I don't remember. Wait a minute. Maybe I do remember. Sorta. You do. It looks like she doesn't remember being saved very well. So there's some other dead person out there with special powers. Anyway, I don't want to press her if she doesn't remember dying. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions about something else? Sure, go ahead, Sissy. Sissy. Lynn asked me to do something for her tonight. I know about that part. She asked you to go to the chicken kitchen on Dead End Drive, right? Yeah, but I never got there. Now I wish I could say I'm sorry to her. I never should have gone through that park. What park? Timsick Park. It's a shortcut to Dead End Drive. Is that where the kidnappers grabbed you? Yeah, Lynn always said I don't like that park. Scary things happen there. Timsick Park. What am I going to do? Lynn's going to be mad. She is. How come? Because I left it there. The music box. In the park. That's right. The music box. That music box was hidden in the apartment. I finally found it with a little bit of luck and courage. Guess where it was? I don't know. Where? I'll pretend I don't know. You know, you don't have to humor me. So what happened to the music box? I hid it in the bushes at the park just before it happened. Just before? Oh, just before you were kidnapped, huh? I didn't want the bad man to take it, so I hid it. I bet it's still there in the park. You did well. So the music box is in the park. I had better let them know. This is your old house. Yep, this is where we lived until 5 years ago. Now I live with Lynn and Missile. Lynn is like a big sister to you, isn't she? She's a detective, you know. She's a hero. She is. By the way, about your father. Is he the justice minister? My father is gone. Gone. Maybe he passed away. No, that's not it. My dad, he's going to die. It's all because of me. Well, what? What do you mean because of me? Why would you say that? It's called an execution. My dad is a detective. No, no way. Don't tell me your father is Detective Jow. That's right. What in the world? 5 years ago, something really bad happened, like a scary dream. But it wasn't a dream. 5 years ago, that murder case. It was Mom's birthday that day. My mom and dad were working. I was home by myself. Then I had an idea. I was going to surprise my mom. I set up that contraption. I'm home, Camila. Why is it dark? Mom, Mom, what was that noise? I still can't believe it happened. It wasn't supposed to work like that. I know that contraption. I know how it was supposed to work. Party poppers and a cake. A birthday message. My dad told me not to tell anybody. Just leave it to me, he said. My dad wanted to be executed. He asked them for it. I wanted to tell everybody it was my fault. My dad said what I saw was a bad dream. He told me to forget it. This is all so unbelievably tragic. I can't believe it. This little lady is Detective Chow's daughter. I just can't tell her. I can't tell her why she was kidnapped. Why was I kidnapped? I want to know. There are no secrets in the ghost world. Maybe we had better stop talking. It's too dangerous. Sissy, you're not going to talk to me anymore. I think we had better get you out of here first. We can talk more after that. Okay, I'm going to rescue you now. You just hold on a little longer, alright? Okay, we'll talk later, right? Don't forget, you promised, Sissy. What took you so long? I traveled the entire town in search of the finest bread and milk for you, my dear. It's late. All the shops are closed. Don't you just hate that whenever you want something to eat late at night and all the shops are closed? Especially now that Walmart is no longer 24/7. It fucking sucks. Walmart, I highly doubt you'll ever hear this, but Walmart, feel free to be back to 24/7. It's not like you have cashiers anyways anymore. We're leaving this place right now. What? He's not here yet. If we couldn't meet at the restaurant, weren't we supposed to meet here? Yes, he's the one who chose this location. I don't like this one bit. We have to run around doing all this extra work, all for the sake of his deal. Be quiet. It can't be helped. This place is too dangerous. I told you, my sixth sense is very strong. All right, as you wish, beauty. I feel it. I sense something here in this room. Is somebody there? Can you hear me? Is she talking to me? I can sense your presence, you know. The next time I sense you, this child will die. Remember that. Did we ever check to see? She doesn't have a core, right? So we can't talk to her directly. She hasn't been through that whole experience. She's just genuinely got that sixth sense or something. Alright, we're leaving. Maybe she's committed so much murder she can sense it that way. Pardon me, little lady. I feel like the juice would have gotten spilled, but okay. All of a sudden, I'm left behind alone. Alone in the room that stole that little lady's smile away 5 years ago. The little lady is gone now, leaving me with only a few new facts. A very few, very heavy, very sad facts. Does Lynn know about all this? One other thing stands out in my mind. I can sense your presence, a sum of that kidnapper's final words. Do those two know? Do the kidnappers know about the powers of the dead? It looks like the kidnappers made a big mistake. The girl in the trunk was Detective Zhao's daughter, Camila, not the minister's daughter. When I got back to the Justice Minister's office, things were getting even more out of hand. The devastated man was being grilled by the fiery detective lady. I told Lynn what I had found out about the kidnapping, that it wasn't the Justice Minister's daughter who had been abducted, that the kidnappers had been holed up in Camila's old house, that they sensed my presence and were gone already. Camila? Why do they have Camila? Her father isn't the stupid old Justice Minister. I think the stupid old part is a little uncalled for. It looks like the kidnappers made a mistake somehow. The poor girl, kidnapped for the ransom of her own father's execution. It's just too much. It's a cruel twist of fate, I agree. Then there are those other twists too, like the kidnappers winding up using Camila's old house as their hideout. There's no way it could be just a coincidence. Them sensing my presence, They seem to know about the powers of the dead. I just don't understand any of it. I told you before, Detective. I want you to stand back. Who cares about distance at a time like this? Look, Mr. Minister, it wasn't your daughter that was kidnapped. Don't try to pretend you didn't hear what we were saying. How can I believe in you? I'm a realist. If you don't believe what we say, see for yourself. Just call home and I tried calling 100 times. My wife won't answer. She won't? It's complicated. Why does life have to be such a complicated thing? If she doesn't answer, does that mean everything's normal? It doesn't prove it. I'm being watched. I can't have the police go check for me. Besides, if the execution isn't carried out tonight, the hostage will be killed. What difference does it make if that's not my daughter? That is a very fair point, and thank you for not just saying, oh, it's not my daughter, so it doesn't matter. Thank you for that. That's quite a pickle, Mr. Minister. Quite a pickle. Miss me, baby? Inspector Cabanela. I have a little report for you, Mr. Minister.
Stream Elements said, "Stay moist, my friends.
The
Hydrate."
escaped prisoner has been apprehended. Thought you might like to see him, so here he is. Detective Zhao. Detective Zhao, I'm so sorry. I tried. I know that you're innocent. I just can't prove it. I'm so sorry. Lynn, please don't apologize to me. The beautiful love between a teacher and student, it brings a tear to my eye. Lynn doesn't really know that Zhao is innocent. She just believes it from the bottom of her heart. The execution and the kidnapping are real threats. Time marches on. I'll gather information, see if I can think of something. This all relates back to me somehow. I just know it. My poor Amy Lai. Is she alright? Actually, the girl who was kidnapped is named Camila. Why is a dream talking to me in my head again? Wait a minute. Amy Lai? Could that be the Amy Lai next door? Yes, I think so. I didn't know the Justice Minister lived next door. No, not me. My wife. It's complicated. I bet it would be pretty hard to admit she left him. The minister's wife ran away on him? Maybe they grew apart, what with him being so busy. I bet you're right. Please stop gossiping about me inside my own head. Poor fella. My poor Amy Lai, is she alright? Okay, so it's just a repeat of that. Cool. According to what I heard, Amy Lai was supposed to go to some sort of lesson tonight. Those horrible kidnappers, they were lying in wait for her. Amy Lai didn't go out after all. She couldn't. She had a fever. So the kidnappers grabbed Camila by mistake instead. Apparently, Amy Lai and Camilla are about the same age. The kidnappers must have gotten the two of them mixed up. It's my fault. If I hadn't asked Camila to do that errand for me, this never would have happened. Right, you asked her to bring the music box. Camila. Oh, I see what's happening, okay. You knew, didn't you, Inspector Cabanela, that the execution was tonight? I don't believe I had any obligation to tell you. You're fine with this? I mean, you know as well as I do. Detective Zhao could never have done such a thing. Come on now, I know no such thing. I know two things to be true, two things only. One, he was given the death penalty. Two, he tried to escape. What else could I do but haul him in? If that's the case, why did you bring him here? Whatever do you mean, young lady? He escaped from prison, right? So why didn't you just take him back to the prison? I think you only brought him here to brag about your accomplishment. Isn't that right, Inspector? For your own selfish reasons. So were all those rumors about you true? That the only thing you care about is a spotless record? Is that more important to you than saving a friend? Everybody has certain principles they can't go back on, including me. You'll understand that someday. That's enough, Lynn. Detective Zhao. I'm a death row inmate who escaped from prison. This is how it should be. According to what I heard, okay, so it's the same. I wasn't sure if we would get a new dialogue or not. Okay, that's fine. Oh yeah, cause he, okay. How's it going, Zhao? So, Mr. Ghost, we meet again. I hear something happened. Something about a kidnapping. Some kidnappers are saying they abducted the Justice Minister's daughter. That's terrible. What's their demand? The carrying out of your execution tonight. I had no idea I was so hated. The minister doesn't have to worry. I die. It's all over. Very simple. It's not that simple. Why not? Because it isn't really the minister's daughter who got kidnapped. It's Camila. Well, what? Camila? I checked it out for myself. I'm positive. No, it can't be. By the way, Camilla told me something interesting. She said the one who killed her mother 5 years ago was Camilla herself. What? What are you talking about? Don't listen to him. I'm the one who shot her. I'm the one who shot Alma. When I'm executed tonight, that will be the end of it. Camilla won't have to suffer anymore after tonight. For a capable detective, you say some incredibly misguided things. You dying isn't going to end that girl's suffering. It'll just bring her new suffering. The only person's pain this execution is going to ease is yours. Is it true what Camilla said? Why don't you tell us what you know? To be honest, I still don't understand what happened that day. It was my wife's, Alma's, birthday. We came home from work. She went in first. I looked for the shooter. There was nobody to be found. There was nobody there besides Alma and Camilla, just the two of them. So the little lady's mother died right in front of her. That's so horrible. Camilla told me about it. She was crying. She said the contraption she made did something it wasn't supposed to, made an impossible move. An impossible move. It's been 5 years since then. I stopped thinking about it. I shot Alma. There's no other explanation. That's what I had convinced everyone of, even me. Tonight, you showed up, gave me an explanation I never would have thought of before. The powers of the dead, right? That day, in that room, powers that I didn't understand were at work. If that's the case, it clears up all the mysteries. Maybe not all. There are a couple of other people who know about those powers. Is somebody there? Can you hear me? I can sense your presence, you know? The kidnappers who abducted Camilla knew about those powers. This is no ordinary kidnapping. It looks like my wife's case isn't coming to an end after all. I'm the only one who thought it was. Detective Zhao. There's still time before dawn. A little anyway. How about you see this case through to the end before you die? Camilla was a quiet little girl. She was good with her hands. She was a little genius at making elaborate toys and contraptions. There were two very strange points about that contraption. The first was, of course, the firing of that gun. Right, that was an antique gun I had had on display for years. So it wasn't part of the little lady's original design. Of course it wasn't. It was supposed to be a surprise for her mother's birthday. The other strange point was the movement of that Cupid. Cupid. Yeah, because that's the main difference between it firing the gun and it firing the poppers. It was supposed to shoot its arrow without turning around. Just like how we saved the other guy. Somebody made a change to the contraption's design, then manipulated it. I don't know what to say. I didn't have time to think things through then. All I knew was that I had to protect Camilla. I made a small adjustment to the scene, turned myself in. What kind of adjustment? The gun, of course. The gun, come to think of it. There was no gun there, just a picture hanging on the wall. Of course not, because I secretly switched the gun out of that frame with the picture. I didn't believe what she told me about her contraption. One thing was for certain, that gun was still smoking. So that gun really did shoot Alma. I hid the gun before I went to the police. You hid it. I put it in a wooden box and gave it to a certain detective. What do you mean? That detective still thinks it's a music box. So that's what was in the box. I got a different murder weapon ready to give to the police. My own pistol. I did a few other things to make it look good. I won't go into the details. When I was all done, I turned myself in. Detective Zhao, is what you told us just now true? Yes, of course. In that case, there's still time. Still time? Time to solve the case that started 5 years ago. You didn't do it, Detective Chow. Of course, little Camilla didn't do it either. So the true perpetrator is still out there. I'm going to prove it. For Camilla's sake. That sounds wonderful. Thank you, Detective Chow. Lynn, where is that music box now? In Timsick Park. Camilla left it there. That gun is important evidence. You had better go pick it up. Yes, sir. I'll go right now. Sissel, take care of Detective Chow. Do something about the kidnapping so we can get the minister on our side. Yet again, I say, easy enough for you to say. What's going on? Deal me the deal, Mr. Death Row inmate. A little change in plans. My daughter has been kidnapped. I can't just go off to die without doing something. But you're in our custody, don't forget. Back at the prison, everybody's waiting for you with a special seat just for you. Then I guess we had better prove my innocence on the double. On the double, is it? You sound so determined, my old friend. I want to save Camilla in more ways than one. That's all there is to it. I see, my old friend, in more ways than one. What say you, Mr. Minister? May we have your decision? Should the execution be carried out tonight, as planned, or should we hold off, wait for this important evidence to come in? The order still stands. Bring the prisoner back immediately. Resume its enforcement. As you wish, Your Excellency. Please don't bow down to me, especially not that low. In that case, can I have one of your boys arrange a prison van to pick him up? Would you be so kind? Yes, sir. The van should take about 10 minutes, I'm guessing. Your escape tonight was brilliant. Will you show me another miracle in these last few minutes of yours, Mr. Death Row inmate? I'm glad to see Detective Chow all fired up now. I feel like I'm under the gun here. Even if Lynn does come through with the proof of Zhao's innocence, it'll be meaningless if Zhao or Camilla dies. I've got to do something about that kidnapping, somehow. Maybe I should ask for some advice from the capable detective here. Most likely the minister won't stop the execution, not as long as there's any small chance his daughter is the one who was kidnapped. She isn't the one, I'm sure of it. Well, it would be great if we could prove that to the minister. Prove it? How? I doubt his wife is ever going to answer that phone if we call from here. If we call from here, right. A telephone works in both directions. What are you saying? What I'm saying is, only family members can solve a family problem. Mr. Ghost. Yes, I have to admit, I don't like depending on others. You're the only one who can change the situation. Detective. For these past 5 years, Camilla is the only thing that kept me going. I can't go meekly to the chair now. I hate to ask this. Would you mind saving me? I'll try. The key to getting the Justice Minister to stop the execution is his wife, daughter. Is there a way? Same dialogue? Same dialogue, okay, cool. No extra dialogue after that. Okay. Excuse me, Mr. Minister. I can't hear you. I'm sure you heard everything we've been saying. Are you telling me you don't believe any of it? Let me speak plainly. I don't trust you. There's somebody else whom I trust even less. Who's that? Me. I can't explain your existence. It's not normal. I'm pretty abnormal myself. So maybe you're a figment of my imagination. A delusion. Would you listen to a delusion? To be honest, I have no idea what you're talking about. I got the bit about you not trusting me though. Good. He does have a point though. I mean, if we're being real. Well, hanging around here won't change anything. I've got 10 minutes before the prison van shows up. If I could just do something about the kidnapping in those 10 minutes. I guess the telephone lines are my only hope. Just as I thought. This little girl is safe in her bed. Murder, execution, jailbreak, betrayal, now kidnapping. This last link in the long chain of a sad fate lit a fire in Zhao's heart. The chance to turn it all around is right here in this room. I'm getting a strange premonition. Everything that happened so far tonight has related back to me in some way. I bet this mistaken written abduction does too. I visited the novelist's apartment again. I'm hoping to be able to do something about this mistaken identity kidnapping. As long as there's any possibility that it could be his own daughter who was kidnapped, I doubt the Justice Minister will call off the execution tonight. The key to dispelling the minister's doubts is now in bed, coughing. I need to use this key before that prison van arrives to pick up our death row inmates. My darling angel, just listen to that cough. You naughty thing, did you leave your nice warm bed to go out into the night to play? A daughter after my own heart. I must confess, I didn't even notice you were gone. I didn't go out to play. I went to buy Papa a birthday present. He said he wanted a new lighter. That's no reason to go out this late at night. My fever finally went down. I could barely move before that. Look what it brought you. Your fever is worse now than ever. Here is to the feverish passion of my darling angel. Mama, Yes, darling. Let's call Papa, wish him a happy birthday, even though it's already past midnight. Not tonight, Amy Lai. I hate you. It looks like this little girl was safe all along. I already knew that. I'm still relieved all the same. There's another lucky development too. Amy Lai wants to call her father. Now, if we can just make use of that feeling somehow, that would surely bring the Justice Minister around. The phone. Amy Lai, I told you you couldn't call him tonight. Why not? Listen to me, Amy Lai. Your father is about to make a big mistake. I want him to reconsider. What do you know about it, Mama? He's the one who's the Justice Minister, you know? All you do is write weird novels. What do you mean, weird? How dare you disparage my romantic expressions? Now you've really made me angry. You really have. How do you expect me to forgive such an insult? I hate you. There. I'll be keeping my eye on you now, so you won't do anything else mischievous, like calling your father. I hate you. I can hear you, you know. What a pair. I don't know what this family's issues are. I do know I have to do something about this lady, so Amy Lai can call. Well, well, having a good time, are we, little rodent? Sweet dreams. Did you fancy the vintage, my whiskered friend? She's more powerful than I thought. It looks like she tipped the wall candelabra to one side, too. The angle of those candles, I get the feeling I've seen something very similar to that quite recently. Oh heavens, a blackout at a critical time like this. Of course, dim lights suit my story of love very well. I myself am not very fond of the dark. This chandelier's just narrow, missed the back of my head. I love the thrill of romance. I don't need these kinds of thrills, thank you. What a wonderful atmosphere. Perfect for a clandestine meeting in the dusky twilight. I don't know how the situation came about. I think I owe the rat an apology. The rat seems to be unconscious. Now that the room has changed into this, maybe I can use it somehow. And yes, we absolutely deserve to give the rat a whole bunch of cheese. I'm glad to hear he's only unconscious, though it doesn't say he's dead, so that's good. Rats have feelings too, guys, okay? What a naughty chandelier. Such insolence. Amy Lai, help me. Mama. I'm sorry, Mama. I'm too dizzy. I can't get up. I'm afraid I can't help you right now. Here is to the weakness of my darling angel. That chandelier is on there tighter than her wedding band. She won't be able to escape on her own. What? What is going on here? Amy Lai, look, do you see this? Help me, please. Sorry, I'm too sick. I can't get out of bed. My head is spinning, so I guess you'll just have to stay up there spinning too. I'm not secretly enjoying seeing you spin, Mama. No, I'm not, I promise. I know you're, but no, I'm not enjoying this. Looks like this lady won't be going anywhere for a while. Now the little girl can call her father. The only trouble is she can't reach it. I guess I'll just have to deliver it to her. Okay. That's right, the angle of those candles. I saw something very similar just recently, didn't I? Indeed. Poor rat. Poor rat. Now you owe this rat so much cheese. This might be a really good chance for me too. I have to get that phone to Amy Lai. Mama! Well, what in the world is going on here? Goody. Excuse me a minute while I call Papa, okay, Mama? I'll only be a minute. Don't you dare, Amy Lai. I won't have it. Get me down. Hello, Papa? Amy, is that you? Of course it is, silly. What did you think? I heard they said you were. No, never mind. It's nothing. Silly old Papa. Happy birthday, Papa. Birthday? Right. It was my birthday today, wasn't it? I'm sorry we couldn't celebrate tonight. Thanks to mean old Mama. Your mean old Mama. I mean your mother. What is she up to right now? Well, she's certainly up all right. My stubborn mother is kind of tied up at the moment. Get me down! She needs to be taught a lesson for causing us so much trouble. No, Amy, I'm the one who was wrong. Could you tell your mother I'm sorry? What do you have to be sorry about? I was just about to make a terrible mistake. It's all right now. Okay, you're still young. There's a lot I can't tell you right now. The job of Justice Minister is very complicated, you see? Okay, just remember, you're always the most important thing to your mother and me. Did you do something naughty to your mother? If you did, I want you to apologize. I don't think I did anything. Okay, I'll apologize. That's a good girl. Okay, Papa, have a good night. I love you. I love you too, Amy Lai. Good night, sweetheart. Mama, I'm sorry. My goodness, why the sudden change? I I guess I was wrong about you. I didn't understand. Oh, Amelie, I thought all you ever did was write these weird novels. That makes me a little sad. Papa said the job of Justice Minister was complicated. Yes, your father's job is very, very complicated and difficult. That's why I couldn't talk to you about most of it. You're right. I shouldn't treat you like such a little girl anymore. You're growing up after all. I promise to stop calling your novels weird and try maybe wait a few more years for that one. Maybe you had better wait until you're yeah. Okay. So Melly, if you're feeling a little more charitable towards your old mama, do you think you could let me down now? You know, I would love to do that. I'm just feeling too dizzy and sick right now. Tonight, on this holiest of nights, my deadline, it looks like the only thing pressing on me will be this chandelier. Here's to Papa and Mama's darling angel. Well, when the cops come to get you down, you have a very legitimate excuse as to why you couldn't. I mean, you are literally tied up in other business. All of a sudden, everybody is getting along again. It's such an abrupt change. I can't understand it. Is this what family is all about? In any case, the situation has changed dramatically now. I just hope the mysteries of me can be cleared up as quickly as the furrows on the minister's brow. I don't know where Camilla is. At least now the Justice Minister's doubts are dispelled. I think I'll go back to his office, where everybody is waiting for the prison van. The minister's family now has their smiles and harmony back. Camilla is still in the hands of the kidnappers. I decided to go back to the Justice Minister's office. Surprisingly, the minister's brow is still just as furrowed as ever. Quite unlike a father who has just learned his daughter is safe, he seems to still be in the depths of despair. The atmosphere in this room is very different now. It seems to have an air of unfocused anxiety. I get the feeling something big is going to happen. I just found out that my daughter is safe. I would like to express my gratitude. Thank you. Thank you for my daughter's sake. For mine. No need to thank us, Mr. Minister. It was nothing. What did he do? One question. I can't help but notice your daughter is safe. Yet you still look unhappy. How about a little smile for us? Of course, there is still the matter of the other kidnapping victim. Is that really the only thing that troubles you, Mr. Minister? Please let me think in peace until the prison van arrives. I wonder if Lynn is at the park yet. Until we get her report, I guess I'll just have to wait here. This continued distress of the ministers. Is there really something more to it, like the inspector in white said? Hello, Justice Minister. How about you finally admit I do exist? That thank you I expressed, that was meant for you. You're a ghost, aren't you? You have the power to control, manipulate people, don't you? No, I don't have that kind of power. I can't control you. We've actually known, you know, for quite a while now. I had no idea they were the powers of the dead, of ghosts. Known? Known about what? We knew about the existence of somebody who could control others, a manipulator. What's this? That's why your execution order caused me so much anguish, Detective Zhao. Mr. Minister, why don't you just tell us everything you know? Yes, I suppose I should. You need to hear it all. All about this huge mistake this foolish old man made. There are some cases in this country right now that are under a top secret investigation. Of course, you wouldn't have known about them, Detective Zhao. Right, they don't share too much top secret information with the inmates in prison. There are 3 prisoners, including you, in the special prison you just escaped from. All 3 cases have certain points in common. They do they? Tell us more. The rock singer who leaked national secrets and his lyrics during a TV broadcast. The curry-loving fellow who took the chief commissioner hostage at the Metro Police Department. Neither of these men had a motive for their crime. Both of their crimes were impossible. Impossible? The curry lover had no way of knowing how to infiltrate the commissioner's office. The rock singer had no way of knowing the national secrets he leaked. The Special Investigation Unit submitted an investigative report to me on them. They concluded that these men's criminal acts were not of their own volition. How could that be? The theory the unit came up with was the existence of a manipulator. A manipulator. That's when the special prison was established as a faculty to research that theory. Some unknown power has been at work. These past several years, Inspector Cabaneva has been studying these cases. He has he? Manipulating somebody into committing a criminal act, according to the inspector. The first case of its kind was a lockroom murder involving our nation's best detective. Are you trying to say I was manipulated somehow into shooting Alma? I appreciate the theory. Unfortunately, I don't recall being controlled by anybody. It's just not possible to manipulate another's behavior like that. My powers certainly don't work on living creatures. That's what I thought when I first heard the theory too. However, I was seriously mistaken. It proved to be a big mistake. What? You mentioned a mistake. Could you tell us about it? I suppose everybody here has the right to know. All right, fine. I'll speak out loud so that Inspector Cabanela can hear this too. There's something I would like the two of you to hear. It's about a mistake I made. Inspector Cabanela, when you first made that report about a manipulator, I'm afraid I didn't believe it at all. Impossible, I thought. Perfectly understandable, Mr. Minister. I was wrong. That kind of power does exist. I I learned the truth of that firsthand. What's this? A month ago, I signed the order to carry out Detective Zhao's execution. However, that act wasn't of my own volition. I was being controlled. What? You never told me about this, Mr. Minister. What's going on? This document, what am I doing? No, I mustn't sign it. Wait, don't deliver that document. That's when it started. That's when all my fear, despair, suffering began. Ads will start in about 30 seconds. When they do, I'm going to go get some more water. So, when the ads start, for those who don't see them, feel free to take a break anyways. I should be back in only a minute before the ads end. Fear, despair, and suffering. At the time, it didn't even cross my mind that I had been manipulated. My memory of the event was only hazy at best. Who does that sound like? Events that are hazy, events that were beyond their control and that don't sound like something they would do. So the memory of being manipulated doesn't clearly remain. Signing execution orders is part of a justice minister's job. At the time, I just thought my psyche was rebelling against the task. The next day, it dawned on me, and there's the ads. Okay, BRB, guys. Go take a break, get some water, that kind of stuff. Okay, everybody's got their water, everybody's back from the ads. Let's continue onwards. I remembered Inspector Cavanella's report on the existence of a manipulator. As a Minister of Justice, I couldn't admit what had happened to me. I only signed the execution order because I was being controlled. If something like that got out, this nation's judicial system would crumble. Besides, I had no evidence to present that I had actually been controlled. So in the end, I couldn't admit to anybody what had happened. I suppose it sounds a bit like an excuse. You should have at least told us, Mr. Minister. Yes, I know. I should have. I was running away from the problem. Then my wife found out I was worried about something. Well, if you go around with an expression like that, I guess it's bound to happen. I explained it to her. She was dead set against the way I was handling it. If you don't withdraw that order, tell everyone the truth immediately. I'm moving out. Then, with the kidnapping tonight, with it thrust under my nose like that, I could no longer deny my mistake. This manipulator comes upon us from somewhere unseen. That's why I've been keeping my distance from everybody. So that's why you've been telling people to stay back. So there's somebody else besides me with the powers of the dead. I'm fine with that. After all, I already knew about a certain Escalade. What I'm not fine with is the fact that this person can control and manipulate living creatures. That's certainly not something I can do. Apparently, different ghosts get different ghost tricks. I never imagined that tonight I would find out where this kind of power comes from. Where it comes from? Inspector Cavanella, this manipulator is a ghost, a departed spirit. A spirit. As a matter of fact, there's a ghost talking to us right now. What did you say? Zhao, don't tell me you can hear this ghost too. I would say the only person who can't hear him is you. Spirit, ghost, gods in heaven. Excuse me, Mr. Minister, I suddenly have some urgent business to attend to. I recommend you think long and hard before making your final decision, sir. Inspector. This is Lynn. I'm at the park. We've been waiting to hear from you. Have you found the evidence? Well, the situation here is... it's kind of difficult to explain. Cicel, if you're there, come to the park immediately. It looks like your help is needed, Cicel. I guess so. I knew, actually, right from the beginning. Knew what? That you saved my life the first time we met tonight. That, when I talked about that miserable, pathetic, short-sighted, disgraceful man, I knew I was talking about me. I hated who I had become. You helped me appreciate the truth. Now I truly understand the wonderful support I've been getting from so many, including that of my loving family. I'm glad to hear that. I'm starting to realize what a lucky man I am. It's all thanks to you. I never saw that coming. The minister was being controlled. I'm truly sorry, Detective Zhao. I have no excuse to offer you. You know, maybe it was all for the best. What do you mean? If you had never been manipulated, you never would have believed the power existed. After all, you're a realist, right? It just goes to show you, you never know when even the worst things can turn out good. Detective Zhao, I I don't know what to say. Alright, sister, you had better go help Lynn. She's a good kid. She's got a habit of taking on other people's problems. I know. Let's see, she's in Timsic Park. Yeah, I just wanted to see what the people had to say first. Figured there'll be some new combo there. I wonder why the Inspector White went running out like that. I'm more concerned about Lynn. She looked really upset. I'd better go see her fast. Lynn calls and I oblige. I take off toward Timsic Park, the place where clearly something big is taking place. The manipulator, the person whose very existence sheds new light on everything. Detective Zhao's crime, the execution orders, even my own death. Could it be? Could Lynn have been manipulated into shooting me? We still haven't figured out what those one guys at the very beginning have to do with this. Timsic Park, the site of the little Lady Camilla's abduction tonight, the place where an important piece of evidence, the music box, was hidden. I wonder why our lady detective is looking so dejected. At least she isn't dead. What did she find? What's he doing here? Let me spend a moment's time with you, my love. The world will not end if the food delivery is a little late. A little late. It's already ice cold. I got this thing spinning pretty fast. I didn't even put much effort into it. This is quite a bit of power speed for a piece of playground equipment. I can just imagine all the poor kids who get sent flying all over the park. There you are, Cecil. From your dejected expression, I gather you didn't find what you were looking for. Right, I can't find the music box anywhere. I found something else instead. Something horrible. Horrible? What is it? There, in the grass. You had better see for yourself. It looks like a dead body. I nearly died when I saw it. I suppose now that we found it, we can't just leave it there, can we? No, I suppose not. Oh dear. It's so like you to come looking for a music box and find a dead body instead. What can I say? I'm a detective. Meaning, well, a detective goes over everything with a fine tooth comb, right? So there you go. Fine
Stream
tooth
elements,
comb or none,
said.
you're bound to run across
Stay
it.
moist, my
I
friends.
mean, it is pretty
Hydrate.
obvious. Anyway, go on, Sissel, get to it. What am I, your bloodhound? I mean, at this point, kind of, yeah. Stop the park from being turned into a housing site. Protect the park, the rock of the gods. You, there. You're talking to me, aren't you? I have some leaflets for you. Leaflets I know you'll be very interested in. I urge you to peruse it thoroughly, examine it in detail. Never mind that right now. Do you remember your name? My name. My name. What does my name matter when there are more important things to worry about? Okay. Come now and study these tracks with me, my brother. Come and learn about the Rock of the Gods with me. The night is no longer young. As a matter of fact, daybreak is approaching. We are young. Look, I didn't have time to get involved in your way of life. I am interested in your way of death. So let's go back to 4 minutes before your death. So I've made up my mind. I resolved to live here in this park and defend it. What does that have to do with this Rock of the Gods you mentioned? You still don't appear to understand. It's written quite clearly in the fourth leaflet, in great detail. Excuse me, I have to use the restroom. I'm coming. Just hold on. I'll be right there. I've located the target, Beauty. A girl of the right age coming out of the right apartment building at the right time.
Morier said. Night, everyone.
Good night, Mora. Thank you for coming. And I don't know if I said it earlier, but happy Halloween, friend. I hope you have a good rest of the night and no witches get into trouble around you as you sleep. Stay safe, Mora. Thank you for lurking. Yes, my dear, I'll ever so gently nap her and come right back to your side. Good evening, young lady. Won't you come with me? Oh gods, what do I do? What should I do? I have to do something. What in the world? What just happened? That's Mino. Mino. Mino the mascot, the symbol of Temsig Park. Forget about the name of that big creepy lump of concrete. I'm talking about the way it changed direction. Did you see that? Yes, I did. We witnessed it with our own eyes. The power of the Rock of the Gods. That was the power of the gods. The power of the gods saved that little girl. Then that same power very deliberately crushed you instead. Yes, precisely. That is called the mischief of the gods. Was it the mischief of the gods, or was it a ghost trick? It couldn't have been a ghost trick. No ghost trick could change the direction of something that heavy in mid-air. Wait a minute. What if there was somebody with much greater powers than me? Like somebody that could manipulate people as well? Let's see here. Look at that, there's another flame besides mine. So that is the flame of a god, is it? Hold on. Your spirit is a flame too, isn't it? So, pardon me, are you a god? I sincerely doubt it. At the last minute, that big lump of concrete made a huge swing to one side. That was probably that flame's doing. Who could it be? I definitely believe it's either a god or somebody god related. Maybe I had better try talking to this person. Well, what the? This person with much greater powers than me. It's you? Hey, Sissel. Oh my, it's Missile. You look well for being dead. Did you see? Did you see what I did? I did it. I tried really hard and I did it. I saved Miss Camilla, and this is probably the event where Camilla ends up getting the ghost power so we can talk to her in the case. This is probably that event right there. Are you telling me I was done in by a puppy dog? Missile, what's going on? How did you get the powers of the dead? I'm glad you asked. After Miss Camilla went out and you left. I worked like crazy to make my own path, and I did it. And then I followed Miss Camilla out into the big wide world. And then here at this park I found her at last. Yes, you guessed it. I barked. You bet I did. And I went running after her too, like the good boy I am. Oh, you asshole. Not only are you kidnapped, but you run over doggies too? We've got to kill this guy. Then I guess I died. Then I was unconscious for a little while. When I came to, it was all over. Poor Miss Camilla, crushed under that big scary lump. What have I done? I'm so sorry, little lady. Please forgive me. Miss Camilla. I had to rescue Miss Camilla. It was up to me. I cried out from the depths of my heart. Then I can't tell you how surprised I was. I bet you understand, right? Better than probably anybody else could. I remembered what you did for me, how you saved me. So, you went back, right? Back to 4 minutes before the little lady's death. You bet I did. Yes, my dear, I'll ever so gently nab her and come right back to your side. Now's my chance, I thought. I saw the core. I dunno, it looks pretty far. I stretched out my paw toward the core. How I felt at that moment. I would love for you to be able to feel it too. Go ahead, Sissel. Go ahead and try it for yourself. I I can't believe it. How could you connect over such a great distance? Well, they don't call me Missile for nothing. So then you manipulated that Mino thing and threw it aside, right on top of my head. Well, no, actually. I can't manipulate things like you can, Sissel. You can't? Then how did you? I didn't know what to do, and I happened to see something out of the corner of my eye, and it had a core too. A single leaf hanging from the tree. I tried reaching out to the leaf. Oh, what in the world? I can't manipulate things, but apparently I can swap them, as long as the two things have the same shape, that is. Swap things with the same shape. Go ahead and try it. Press swap. That's incredible. So that's how you saved your mistress, is it? That's how I became caught up in this, is it? I'm very sorry. My powers were too meager. Meager? Because you see I saw one more. I happened to notice one more core. There was something of the exact same shape stuck in the branches of a tree. You're right. If Mino, the hells, could be swapped again with that, then disaster wouldn't have to rain down on my head. What is that thing? It's too big to be a leaf. Whatever it is, I would much prefer it on my head than Mino. So why didn't you swap them, Missile? I couldn't. I can stretch out my paw a little further than you can, Sissel. This was just too far for me. I couldn't reach. I must admit it's a fascinating spectacle of a death if I do say so myself. I kept retrying over and over, seeing if there was anything I could do. I bet there's something you can do now. If we work together, you and me. Sissel, you think so? I don't plan on letting anybody die in front of me tonight. Do you think you could help me? I mean, we've kind of already let two people die, right? But okay. Naturally, we're going to drop that Mino thing in a different spot. Let's try it. Let's go back again to 4 minutes before. Alright, let's get started. "4 minutes from now, you'll swap Mino with the leaf. Then you'll have to swap Mino with something else. Same thing with the shape, something with the same shape. I believe that's a rugby ball. Okay, rugby ball. With the rugby ball where it is now, Missile can't reach it. So that means I have to move it closer somehow. It looks like you and I will have to work together on that one, Missile. I'm ready. Whenever you want to use my swap trick, Just press B. That way you'll be able to control me. Then if you press B, control will come back to me. Okay, let's try it. Together we can stop Mino from hurting anybody. Alright, Missile. Your powers are the key this time. Okay, I'm ready. I can swap anything that has the same shape. Just call on me if you find anything you want to try. Probably the best thing to do is just try a bunch of things and see how it goes. If I see something we can swap, I should use B. Here you come already. I swore to myself not to repeat my mistakes. Mistakes? When somebody's in trouble, you should lend them a hand. Otherwise, you'll definitely regret it. Now the recklessness of youth has taken over, giving me lightning fast speed. I've been thinking, if we could stop this man from running, maybe he wouldn't get squished. It won't be easy to stop me once the recklessness of youth has taken over. Stop him. What do you think of my lightning fast pace? I wish you would knock it off. That's what I think. We don't have time to prepare. I think we're going to have to find a way to stop him from running. As far as I can see, the only way to do that is to use the playground equipment. The what? You know, the seesaw, the swing, those things. Precisely. Except there's one more piece of equipment to be exact. Stop him with the equipment. Maybe I should rethink things here. I didn't see this coming. Don't you know the first thing about the globe climber? Even little children treat it with the respect it deserves. They know that unless you spin it gently, there's no stopping it. It does look pretty dangerous. It looks like I'm just destined to fly through the air like this for a while. This just might buy us some time. Maybe he'll just keep spinning around like that for the whole 4 minutes. I'm sorry, I don't think I would stand for it that long. Anyway, at least we stopped him from running for a while. Let's do what we can while we have this chance. That was so close. If it hit the ball, it could have knocked it down. Is that all this umbrella can be used for? For knocking the rugby ball down. Don't forget about my powers. Don't forget about my recklessness of youth. Sissel, did you see that? Did you see the seesaw? Yes, it really sent that little ball flying, didn't it? Such a pity. It's too bad it didn't hit the rugby ball and knock it down. Maybe it's a little too light to do that. Wait a minute. Maybe we should try setting up something a little heavier. Well, would you look at that? There sure are a lot of round things around here. Oh boy, that means it's time for me, right? Oh boy, my hair is also round. Let's see, to use Whistle's powers I just tap B. I'll try it and see what happens. Well, we managed to get the rugby ball down. Now it's even further away from Mino than ever. What do you think, Missile? If you ask me, I think all we can do now is give an embarrassed smile. I think we had better rethink this. Whoops-a-daisy. Did we mess up? Tee hee. Oh, okay. I might have messed up again on accident. Not on purpose this time, on accident. Doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop. Okay. Try that again. Okay, and then he comes over. He goes spinny, spinny, spin. Here in a second, he'll go spinny, spin. There we go. We gotta make the thing go faster. Then we gotta go over here. There, we moved the ball. What do you think, Missile? With the ball there, I think I can do it. It's just a few seconds. You'll swap Mino with the leaf. Then from there you can swap Mino one more time. The final moment is near. Missile, are you ready? You bet. Okay, watch me, Sissel. Here I go. The finishing touches. You can do it, Missile. Swap Mino with that ball. There, how's that? My head has been spared. That was a try worthy of the gods. Now Mino is right where he belongs. We did it again, didn't we? Didn't we? We did indeed, we did indeed. Now nobody has to die, except for one brave little somebody. I'm talking about you, Missile. Me? I guess you're right. I'm still dead, aren't I? So now let's go back and save your life. Wait a minute. What is it? Now that I think about it, I think I want to stay dead a little longer. What? When I was alive, I couldn't even help Miss Camilla when she was in trouble. I want to be able to protect Miss Camilla. To do that, I need these powers I have now. I see. Perfectly understandable. Even I wish I had powers like that. We just saved you. Don't wish your life away already. Of course, you're right. Okay, Missile, have it your way. By the way, Mr. Reckless Youth, there's a certain detective who needs that music box you found. When we get back to the present time, could you give it to her? Certainly. You have my word. Let's go back then to the present. So Camilla ended up in the hands of the kidnappers. We weren't able to change that part. Lynn listened to my story without saying anything. I'm sorry. I wish there was something else I could have done. No, you did the best you could. I'm sure she's all right. After all, after all, she has me. Missile, are you in there? Miss Lynn, leave Miss Camilla to me. I know I don't look like much right now. I'm sure I can help her. Missile. Miss Lynn. I'm going to leave it up to Missile. It kind of looks like Missile is being left up to the wind. Sounds like we need a missile guidance system, doesn't it? I have something to give you. Stop the park from being turned into a housing site. Protect the park, the Rock of the Gods. Aren't you forgetting your promise? Pardon me, pardon me. My apologies. This is for you. You kept the music box safe, didn't you? Thank you. Not at all. I was only doing what the Rock of the Gods would have wanted. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? He's mesmerized by my beauty. Hey, the cat's not allowed to get your tongue. Excuse me, but are you? No, it couldn't be. Have we met before? Aren't you? Aren't you that little girl from that time? I'll never forget it. It was 10 years ago in this park. 10 years ago. Are you talking about? Oh my. Here in this park, the gods surely control fate. Today, 10 years from that day, we meet once again. If that isn't the power of the gods, then what else is it? It could be just coincidence. Apparently, you know our lady detective here. Could you tell us about it? About what happened 10 years ago? Yes, of course. I was actually about to do just that. What's this Rock of the Gods you keep mentioning? Don't you know it's right there in front of us? Missile. Wait a minute. You say Gods, but do you mean Dogs? Of course not. Don't be silly. This is no time for ridiculous word games. You are standing just above the Rock of the Gods now. Take a good look at that monument. Rock of the Gods, Timsic Park. The Rock of the Gods. The rock is buried in the ground right there. It's been there these 10 years. Ever since that day it flew down from the heavens and showed us a miracle. A miracle. So this rock you've been talking about is a meteorite. Precisely. It dropped from the sky on that day 10 years ago. Yes, of course. Surely you know all about it. Mummy, that day I just happened to be passing through this park. I had no idea that day would change my destiny. The sun was going down, and through the gloom I heard the scream of a little girl. Now just calm down. Drop that weapon. So stay back. If you come any closer, I'll shoot her. I peeked out fearfully from the bushes, saw some shadowy figures. I didn't see the face of the criminal clearly. I knew I should do something to help. I couldn't move. The tension was so thick it was painful, just when I couldn't stand it any longer. That's when it happened. The sky suddenly burned bluish white. When it crashed into the ground, the meteorite gave off a shower of beautiful fragments. Then I saw it. One of those beautiful fragments pierced into the criminal's back. The judgment of the gods was brought down on the park that day. 10 years ago, the little girl that was you was saved by the Rock of the Gods. I can't believe it. The Rock of the Gods was given the name Timsik. Still today, it lies sleeping deep in the park's earth. I I never knew about this Timsik. I always thought Detective Zhao was the one who saved me. You were very young then. You passed out from the shock of being taken hostage. Of course you wouldn't remember. That's funny. A huge incident like that should have caused quite a stir. It's strange you never heard of it, Lynn. It is, isn't it? Now that I think about it, I remember I didn't want to think about what happened. I avoided the news. I never came back to this park again. That's why I didn't know anything about it. The meteorite was named Timsik after the name of this park that it fell in. Then the Rock of the Gods was forgotten. Now an awful thing is happening. They're talking about turning this park into a housing site. I'll never forget the miracle I witnessed that day. So I've taken up residence in this park and am trying to appeal to the people. Protect the park, the Rock of the Gods. That is my mission. I see. I'm taking you with me, Missile. So, 10 years ago, the little girl that was Lynn wasn't aware of the meteorite. I get that. Detective Zhao, on the other hand, there's no way he didn't know about this Timsik thing. If he knew, the man died. I took his life. What was that confession of his all about? The rocks of the gods that fell from the sky 10 years ago changed the destinies of many people's lives, like the ripples on a pond when a pebble is dropped in. With every answer I get, I learn about a new mystery. Will I be able to break the chain of mysteries before dawn? Anyway, now that we have the evidence we need, we decided to meet up again at the minister's office. Besides, there are a few things I want to ask Detective Zhao. We found the music box, Detective Zhao. Good job, Lin. I knew you would. Once everything had been resolved, I had wanted you to give this to him. You mean Inspector Cabanela, right? I don't suppose he'll ever forgive me. Detective Zhao. Now then, let's get this thing open. There's a certain knack to doing it, you know? See? He calls that a knack. Looks more like brute strength to me. Here you are. You should find scorch marks on the grip. Scorch marks. When Camilla built her contraption, she used a special kind of string. It's a kind magicians use. It burns up in an instant and disappears. Why would little Camilla use something like that? I don't know. Maybe because she's a detective's daughter, not leaving any evidence behind and all that. In the case report, there was mention of some scorch marks. When it happened, Camilla was watching from her hiding place. She saw the flame run to the gun, something she naturally didn't include in her design. I took the gun out of the frame, replaced it with a picture. If you remove the picture, you should find scorch marks behind it on the frame too. Those marks should match up with the ones on the gun. In other words, it proves the contraption existed there in that room that day. It didn't work the way your little girl intended, is that right? Some cowardly culprit modified the design. That angle was never brought up in court. So, as Justice Minister, I must call off the execution at this point. I knew I was right. It wasn't Detective Jow. Now we can finally prove that. Thank goodness. Thank you, Lynn. In those eyes of yours, I see the eyes of that little girl from 10 years ago. Sissel, if you hadn't come to my cell tonight, I would be gone by now without ever having known any of this. This is what I deserve. That's what I told myself these past 5 years. Things are different now. Thanks to you, my eyes have finally been opened. Tonight, I've come into contact with a lot of people's lives, got involved in their fates. The only reason I was doing it was to regain my own lost memory. Things are different now. We're connected to each other somehow. I just know it. That's why I need to ask you a few more questions in order to find the truth about us. Fair enough. Fire away. Sissel told me all about it, Detective Chow. About the manipulator. Yes, it looks like this manipulator really did a number on the minister too. Please don't pick on the minister. If he dies again, I'm the one who has to save him. Sissel, do you think that's what happened to me too? What are you talking about, Lynn? Don't tell me you were manipulated too. There was always a part of me that just couldn't believe it. That image of the one who shot me. Now I see the possibility of a new explanation. Who is it? Why did they do it? That contraption was a birthday surprise for Camilla's mother, wasn't it? That's right. Something's been bothering me about it. I feel like I know that device from somewhere. No surprise there. You lost your life once tonight because of that machine. Right? I knew it. See, Detective Jow? No, I'm afraid I don't see. I told Detective Chow about it. Looks like Pigeon Man was pretty interested in the whole thing too. Told him about seeing the same contraption tonight in a completely different place. That's very strange indeed. A junkyard on the edge of town. I've never even heard of the place. What's more, I've never told a single soul about that contraption. You haven't. That old pigeon guy. Who in the world is he? That is a good question. Detective Jow, you must have heard this name before. Timsic, the meteorite that fell in the park 10 years ago. You were there. So you found out about that, did you? I hear that meteorite saved your little Lynn's life. That's right. I couldn't do anything to help Lynn that day. In that case, I don't get it. If it's true, doesn't it mean you didn't steal somebody's life away? What are you talking about? Detective Jow, you told me that 10 years ago, the person who killed the perpetrator in the park was you. What? It was the meteorite. I wasn't lying. I stole that man's life away. No question about it. It was entirely my fault. I was just about to shoot him. I would have shot him in the next instant if the meteorite hadn't come. At that point, I was already a murderer. That's not true. You were trying to save me. Lynn, I'm sorry. I don't think that's really it. On that day 10 years ago, a different incident happened in another place. Another place. Yes, in the police headquarters interrogation room. The worst sort of incident. A suspect who was being questioned escaped. I didn't know about that. I happened to be there in the detective division, so I joined the chase. Fortunately, or I guess unfortunately, I was able to track him down alone in the park. Hold it right there. I fired a warning shot. I wanted to catch him bad. That warning shot made him panic. At the time, I was a young and green detective, brandishing my sense of justice like a sword. I made him panic and got you involved, Lynn. It was all my fault. Detective Jow. All I could see was my target. I couldn't even see you. I'm so sorry, Lynn. So the man who grabbed me died that day. These last 10 years, I've never forgotten his face. And then a few years after that, when my wife Alma died in such a mysterious way, I thought it was fate, my punishment for what I had done. I painted pictures in my cell, nothing but portraits of people's faces, all the faces of the many people I had met in my life and didn't want to forget. And tonight, I finished my last portrait, the final face I wanted to remember. The final face, the face of the man in the park that day. Oh, wait just 1 minute. That can't be. I saw that painting. I saw the face you painted tonight. It was my face. Are you telling me I was the man in the park that time? That's right. That face of yours is the face I saw 10 years ago. The face of the man whose life I stole, of the man who was pronounced dead at the scene. But hold on, Detective Chow. That can't be true. I just met Cecil for the first time tonight. And he died right in front of me. By the way, the name that I know the man in the park that day by isn't Cecil. What? From the first minute I laid eyes on you tonight, I've been wondering, who in the world is this guy? I Mr. Minister, Inspector Cabanela, where are you? Just be quiet and listen. This is our demand. What? Demand? Our demand hasn't changed. The execution must be tonight. Once we've confirmed it's been carried out, we'll release the hostage. What are you talking about, Inspector Cabanela? And you know it wasn't my daughter who was abducted. Does it really matter who the hostage is? A life is a life, even if it's the daughter of a death row prisoner. Once the criminal gets the punishment he deserves, the hostages will go free. Carry out the execution immediately and wait for our call. What is it, Mr. Minister? You look paler than ever. What in the world? What's going on, Inspector Cabanela? The rock of the gods that fell from the sky 10 years ago twisted the fates of many people and started a chain of tragic events. And even now, the chain continues to grow even longer. Inspector Cabanela's call proved that to us. And the greatest mystery of all has risen to the surface. Who is this me I've been chasing all night? Who am I? I'm even further from knowing than when I started. "10 years ago, a man named Cecil took a little girl named Lynn hostage, and then was killed by a meteorite fragment. Tonight a man named Cecil met a detective named Lynn at a junkyard on the edge of town, and then was killed by a bullet. But the scene I find waiting for me on the other end of the phone line feels like the final nail in the coffin of my lost memory. I see myself. There you are, Commander Sith. Finally. Cecil, where have you been? My good man, we've been looking everywhere for you. Had a little unfinished business to take care of. Didn't think it would take this long. What about our ear people? They sure went out of their way to mess me up. I say, I believe we fulfilled every one of your conditions in our little deal. What right do you have to complain about anything outside our bargain? We can talk about that when we get together. This will be our last communication by telephone. We'll arrive in 1 hour. I look forward to seeing you, Cecil. Dawn is approaching. The darkness surrounding my own mystery is deep, but I know it's always darkest before the dawn. Yes, we are nearing the final stages of our little deal, my good man. Yes, sir. All preparations are complete, sir. And we just had a report, sir. Lights have been spotted, sir. Have they now? By all means, let me have a look. Yes, we are very close. We will now disconnect from the communication cable and have no service until we arrive, sir. Very well. Oh, Oh, they're in a submarine, huh? Interesting. Nice try, Inspector Cabanela, but you could never stop me. See ya, sucker. So, that submarine guy and his people have a deal going with me, do they? If that's the case, they probably aren't the ones who killed me, right? Anyway, there's definitely something behind the inspector's death. I think I had better talk to him. Hey, do you think you could wake up for me? Oh boy, still unconscious. I guess he hasn't been dead for very long then. I'll just go ahead and go back to 4 minutes before his death. I'm a little nervous about what I might see there, though. If that's where I'm gonna find my answers, I can't run away from it. Once the criminal gets the punishment he deserves, the hostage will go free. Carry out the execution immediately and wait for our call. That's a good boy. A hostage sure is a handy thing. It gives me complete control over the top police inspector in the country. What's the matter? All those broken bones smart a bit. What's it like to feel pain? Does it make you feel alive? Why are you doing this? Now, is that any kind of question for a top inspector to ask? Isn't it obvious? Revenge, of course. Revenge on all the people who stole my life away 10 years ago. Don't be ridiculous. It was a meteorite that stole your life. Or have you forgotten that? Wrong. I was murdered by all of you. Detective Zhao, who chased me down and forced me into a corner, even though I was innocent. Lynn, that girl who was right there where I was running. Lynn, she was just an innocent little girl playing in the park. If that brat hadn't been there, I never would have thought of taking a hostage. That's the most self-centered garbage I've ever heard. And finally, you, Inspector Cabanela. Me. If you hadn't done what you did, I never would have pointed a gun at that kid. You were so proud of your spotless record, and my case was the one blot on it, wasn't it? Only 2 people know the real truth, me and Detective Zhao. I bet tonight's execution will be quite a relief to you, won't it? One of the people who knew about the stain on your record will disappear for good. That's why you didn't help him escape from prison. That's the kind of guy you are. I got nothing to say to you. You would never listen anyway.
Stream elements.
Ye
Set.
gods.
Stay
Now
moist, my
then,
friends.
Inspector, time to
Hydrate.
make a big red stain on your spotless white coat. This was another condition of my deal, to wipe out everybody who knew about Timsic. Revenge? That's what I'm up to? None of this makes any sense. Hey man, mind telling me what's going on? Inspector Cabanella, he's awake. My head is spinning. Am I to understand that Cabanella, character who just got shot, is me? That's right. And you're supposed to be the scoundrel there who just shot me. I guess so. But you couldn't be, could you? After all, the guy in the red suit just walked out the door, right? So, who are you? I guess I just have to face it. I'm not that Ciselga. I'm somebody who's searching for himself. That's why I'm here to save you. At the very least, you have information about that guy in red. Information I need. So you came on a rescue mission now, did you? Nothing like the sound of that, baby. Because there's a very important life here somewhere. A life valuable to this nation. Okay, so do your thing, baby. So are you a manipulator too? I have ghost tricks, powers of the dead, yes, but I can't control living creatures. Anywho, I think you had better be very careful. That guy in red is a manipulator. Naturally, he knows about powers like yours. If he realizes you're here, things might get a little sticky. You're right, I had better be careful. Look at him. There's that something emanating from his body. Is it really the sign of having special powers of the dead? Hmm. That's a good boy. A hostage sure is a handy thing. It gives me complete control over the top police inspector in the country. What's the matter? All those broken bones smart a bit. What's it like to feel pain? Does it make you feel alive? Look at this place. It got destroyed. Interesting. What in the world happened here? I think I'm starting to remember. Something bad happened here, and now there's another death lying hidden here. What? Another death? Didn't I tell you from the start? Didn't I say there was a very important life, valuable to the nation here? I thought you were talking about you. I'm just a crazy character in a white coat, baby. I wonder why Pigeon Man is important to the nation. Hey, come to think of it, where is that old pigeon guy? Hmm. Excuse me? Are you awake? Of course, I'd never sleep during work hours. Professor, do you recognize me? There's only one crazy character in a white coat that I know of. He hasn't lost his memory. I'm not the type who likes losing things, but never mind that. Cabanela, this is quite a surprising guest you've brought with you, pretending like he didn't just blow up the place. Are you talking about me? Oh, this is a different guy, and I'm his guest, actually. Said he came to rescue us. Unlike you, my sharp friend, he still hasn't gotten his memory back. Pitiful. That hurts. Anyway, now we'll be going back to 4 minutes before your death in order to change your fate, that is. But aren't we already in the past, man? But we can go back even further. I've done it before. I still don't see a path to saving Inspector Cabanela, but if we go back further, maybe I'll find a lead. How many times do I have to tell you, Professor? This place is dangerous. Don't be daft, I can't leave now. He's completely dead, but just as I thought, I'm getting a reading. This is the source of his powers. If I remove it, he's not dead, he's just not there. The true form of the manipulator isn't something you can detect. It's a spirit. Ridiculous. So you figured it all out. You're a clever man, Inspector Cabanela. So it's really true. You're... I wasted a lot of time tonight because of you, Inspector. But it's all just like you said. I died 10 years ago. This body is just a vessel, a shell. I control everything. This shell, people, just like I control the Justice Minister and Lynn. So it's true, you were manipulating my baby that time. You made her shoot your shell. But why? Why would you do a thing like that? To create conclusive evidence. You know, on that security tape. Now she's a murderer too. She'll suffer just like Zhao did. Now then, Professor, I'm afraid it's time for you to die. I don't have any grudge against you. I'm even grateful to you. Oh yeah? So why don't you let me live then? I'll be leaving this country forever tonight, but before I do, I need to erase all evidence that these powers of mine exist. Along with the contraption in this room. This time the thing will work the way it was meant to, and it'll all be over. Cupid won't turn this time. He'll shoot his little arrow this way. Professor, look out. Dynamite, eh? When the devil did he put that there? He planned it all out tonight, having my baby shoot him, having his corpse disappear. His corpse disappeared. That medical examiner, remember him? He was a complete and utter imposter. He said he was going to take the corpse back to the lab, but he had already made a deal with the manipulator to meet him and give him the body back. But I wasn't going to let that happen, baby. You saw through their plan, eh? I noticed right away the medical examiner didn't know the first thing about examining a body. I knew he was a fake, so I tracked him down and bought him off. I had him smuggle the corpse to this room. I thought we could find the source of his powers. Of course, never in my wildest dreams did I think his abilities were powers of the dead. Anyway, there isn't much time. He's leaving the country before dawn, and I'm going to follow him, of course, after I save you too. But something's been nagging at the back of my mind. I remember what Ray said to me tonight. He said that spirits cease to exist when the day breaks. But if that's true, how could a spirit from 10 years ago still be here? No time for thinking now, baby. Action is the name of the game. Work your magic and take us back, even further into the past. Alright, man, jump in there and stop that explosion, would you? Easy enough for you to say. Foolish of you to say, too. If you stop the explosion, he'll just do me in some other way. Fair enough. Then jump in there and take care of that man in red, would you? I repeat, easy enough for you to say. And most likely impossible to boot. That huge explosion didn't even make him bat an eye. Well, what do you propose then, Professor, pray tell? Your best bet is to save me during the explosion without him noticing. Easy enough for you to say. Sheesh, what's up with all these people? Anywho, jump in there and do something. I'll be leaving this country forever tonight. I need to erase all evidence of these powers of mine to exist, along with the contraption in this room. As you perhaps have already noticed, time is running out, baby. Yeah, no perhaps about it. I know. But, you know, there aren't a whole lot of things I can use my ghost tricks on in here. It looks like it's all over. Unless I find another path, I'm sort of at a deadlock here. Cecile. Hey, I know that voice. Help me. Oh, where are you? Find me before I'm carried away. What's with the frail sounding call for help? He's here somewhere. A friend of yours. A little guy that looks a little fragile, has restraint that would surprise you. Well, he's asking you to find him, and before he's carried away, no less. But I'm almost out of time. Should I look for him? Cecile, here I am. Oh hey, it's Miss Soul. What are you doing there? Do you really have to ask? Seriously, are you really going there? No, that's okay. Never mind. Anyway, I need your powers. Will you help me out? Of course. Here, let me come join you. Okay, here I am, Sissel. Now maybe things will flow in a new direction, even though the flow of the sewer is a little bit stinky. Okay, let's stop that explosion. No, we can't do that. Okay, let's take care of that man in red then. No, we can't do that either. We can't do this, we can't do that. What can we do? We let the explosion happen. Then we rescue the old pigeon guy without the man in red noticing. And your powers are the key to all of it, Missile. Oh, I don't know about that, but I'll do my best. We're talking about a matter of seconds. We can't miss our chance. Those squeaky guys are making a fuss about something. Cicel, my animal instincts are starting to surface. If you mean you want to chase them, I think you have to be alive to do that. There must be some kind of rat beast in that trash can. Those things usually make a bigger commotion than that. A bigger commotion. Oh my, all the rats. There must be something really good in that trash can. Now that's what I would call some proper commotion. They're making that trash can dance. Truth be told, I feel a bit like dancing now myself. It's getting harder and harder to hold my wild instincts back. What a dangerous bunch. Hmm. Look out! Sorry, little pigeon. As for you, Inspector, I have a little job for you. I can't move. I think I have 4 or 5 broken bones. I don't mind. It won't prevent me from manipulating you. It might make it hurt a little bit when I move you, though. Quite a bit, actually. Damn you. And he's still alive somehow. I can't believe it. You lot actually pulled that off. Sorry, Inspector Cabanela. I couldn't do anything to help you. And there I am, a poor broken heap of arms and legs. But no matter, I enjoyed the show. The magic disappearing act, that is, nothing like it, baby. Yeah, except, unlike a normal magic trick, I'm the one that managed to vanish without a trace here. Okay, so now we just gotta save the detective, I guess. What's the matter? You look like you would rather be dead, not that you aren't. I was just remembering the fact that, right about now, the real me is giving the poor Justice Minister a real fright. Oh, that phone call? Yeah, he was pretty upset. Excuse me, mister. You really shouldn't be mean like that. And what's this lively little creature? Oh, this little doggy is the warrior who keeps Camilla safe. Or he would be if he was actually still full of life. Camilla, gods in heaven, what a terrible thing. That poor little girl taken hostage. It's a cruel twist of fate indeed. Wait just a minute. Miss Camilla is a hostage? Yes, we're sorry, little warrior. Miss Camilla, a hostage? What's a hostage? Anyway, Inspector Cabanela. It's time to save your life now. But you couldn't get very far when you tried before, am I right? But this time it's different, right, Cecil? That's right. With us working together, it's a whole different situation. We'll save the Inspector in white, and then we'll go rescue Camilla, okay? Okay, let's hurry up and get through this. Gee, kids, you're making me feel like an afterthought. Alright, let's get started. Inspector Cabanela is upstairs, so our first step is to get up there. Cecil, I'll go up first and wait for you. Okay, lovey-dove, we need your help. Carry this measuring device upstairs. It has Mr. Ghost in it, so don't drop it. Okay, so that's how I get up, I guess. You've got grit, little pigeon. I'd better get up there before the little pigeon's strength gives out. Missile is waiting for me. I had better hurry. There you are, Cecil. Sorry for the wait, Missile. 4 minutes from now, the inspector will be killed by a gun. You just jump in there and stop him from firing, would you? There you go with that stuff again. Besides, it doesn't make any sense. If you stop him from firing, he'll just kill you some other way. Wait a minute, that sounds familiar. Yup, same situation as mine. Your best bet this time around is to allow him to shoot and then save Cabanela without him noticing. It's even worse than last time. Anywho, jump in there and do something. Okay, I'm ready to jump in, Cicel. Don't forget, whenever you want to use my powers, just tap V. Oh, did you see that? That bad Cicel turned around. You have to call him that. But yeah, maybe this is our chance to try some ghost tricks. This is the only time he takes his eyes off of me too. If you have something to do it now. Time to take the first steps towards saving the inspector. What was that? It was nothing. It was nothing at all. Yikes, I'm a little scared right now. Why didn't he die? Because he's already dead. He died 10 years ago. I knew full well he wouldn't die if I shot him. Then why did you go to the trouble of shooting him at all? Time's almost up. That's enough chit-chat. But now the situation has changed slightly. These last split seconds are our chance. Well, would you look at that? Right on the hook. I love knit hats. So warm, and most of all, soft. Hey, now that I'm looking at it, that hat is the same shape as the helmet we just knocked down. I thought so. This was another condition of my deal. To wipe out everybody he's going to shoot, it's too late. Again, I'm going to get shot again. No, wait, our chance is coming up. The last split second, right? Leave it to me. Oh, would you look at that? The bullet is hanging in midair between the gun and the inspector's forehead. Now's our chance. I'm here in the bullet right now. Let's swap this little thing with something else. What? It's our only hope. There's gotta be something here with the same shape and direction as the bullet. I don't think he noticed. Looks like you pulled off another magic disappearing act. Now I say again, I love knit hats. So warm, and most of all, soft. Did I? Did I do all right? You did a fine job, little one. You saved another life. I'll keep doing it too, over and over. What I saw in just these 4 minutes gave me all the answers I've been looking for. All our research these past 10 years pales in comparison, right, Professor? So you two were working together. That's about the size of it, yeah. Who would believe a story about a manipulator? So we pursued it ourselves, just the two of us. I'm quite a crazy character myself, after all. Okay, let's hurry back to our time. We have to rescue Miss Camilla. You're right, Miss Soul, and there's a certain guy I have to follow too. After completing his revenge on Inspector Cabanela, the man in red left. Now a new story is about to unfold in a new present. How are you feeling, you old crazy character? Hey there, Prof. We're both alive, I see. Yeah, nothing like it, baby. But I don't know if I'm getting old or what. I've got a few aches and pains here and there. Used to be, a little thing like an explosion wouldn't bother me. Yeah, right, like I'm going to believe that. So what? The guy in red is gone, eh? Just in case, I posted special investigation units all around the building. Let's just pray the boys come through for us. Damn it, you picked a bad time not to listen to me, body of mine. Well, it looks like both of their deaths were erased. Unfortunately, in the case of the inspector in white, I can't call it a complete success. But in any case, these two have the information I need to start tracking the manipulator. I had better talk to them. If I knew things were going to end up like this, I would have tried to die in that explosion, baby. That way I could have been dancing after Big Red by now. I might be able to erase the deaths, but it's true I can't do much about injuries. But really, you shouldn't talk that way. Yes, sorry. I suppose you're right. I just hate feeling so helpless. He was right there within my grasp. All our plans were resting on tonight, and then this had to happen. I guess he's thinking about his spotless record. It's not too late, Inspector. We still have a chance. Maybe I can catch him. Say, you're right. That's not a bad idea. I'll cooperate with you fully. Go ahead and fire away with any questions you like, Mr. Ghost. That guy mentioned revenge. Revenge against the people who stole his life away 10 years ago. He's a fool. He's the one who made the decision to take that little girl hostage, and he wound up dead. He only has himself to blame. But what about when he said this? I was murdered by all of you. Detective Zhao, who forced me into a corner, Lynn, the girl who's playing in the park, and finally, you, Inspector Cabanela. If you hadn't done what you did, I never would have pointed a gun at that kid. Yes, 10 years ago, on that day, the Special Investigation Unit was working on a certain big case. We hauled in a young man, an important witness to our investigation. And then I did it. I made two very stupid mistakes. Detective, I'm telling you, I don't know anything about it. Fine, fine. You're under no obligation to talk, of course. But if you don't, the Special Investigation Unit can make the rest of your life a living hell. But I I had just been assigned to the Special Investigation Unit. You see, they didn't share much info on big cases with a newbie like me yet, and I wanted to impress them. It was only supposed to be a simple matter of taking his statement. But I was too green. I pushed him too hard. I drove him into a corner and made him lose all hope. That was my first mistake. And then I made another mistake on top of that. Cabanela, got a minute? The chief wants to see you about your report. Got it. I'll be right there. You stay right here and be a good boy now. And that's when I did it. I left it behind in the interrogation room. My gun. How could you? He used my gun to escape. What he said is true. If I hadn't made that mistake, he never would have had a gun to point at Lynn in the first place. We first found out about the manipulator's existence during a certain overseas communication. Overseas communication. For national security purposes, this country keeps tabs on the communications networks. This particular communication was about making a deal with a certain foreign country. He said he wanted them to buy him and his powers. That's how we first heard about him. Of course, we didn't know what he looked like at the time, and in order to prove these powers of his, he gave them two predictions. He foresaw two completely preposterous, impossible cases. The case of a man who would sing national secrets during a live rock concert broadcast, and the case of a man who would take the chief commissioner hostage in his own office. Those two inmates at the special prison. We kept tabs on their communications and launched an investigation. And then, finally, we pinpointed where they were going to meet tonight and staked it out. That restaurant, the Chicken Kitchen. The manipulator plans on leaving this country tonight on a submarine that belongs to the other country in this deal. It's a submarine, but we haven't been able to find out where it's going to surface. It's terrifying to think what would happen if his powers were to fall into their hands. Right, highly unlikely they'll use him for peaceful purposes. And now they have that little girl as a hostage. Camilla, we have to stop him before he leaves the country. This spotless record of yours, is it really that important to you? Of course, baby. In some ways it's more important to me than my life. Than your life. After all, it's because of my record that I'm able to get my hands on all intel as head of Special Investigation Unit. And because of my position, I get to direct all aspects of the investigation into the manipulator case. The manipulator case. That's why you cared about your record so much. Of course. Why else, baby? I just never could believe it, man. Zhao shooting Alma. I didn't care that he confessed. There was definitely something more to the story, some secret. I did everything I could to climb the ladder, everything in my power, and then I finally found the answer. It took 5 long years though. The manipulator, he's going to prove that Zhao is innocent. What incredible determination. There's one thing I just don't understand. If you were so determined to help Detective Zhao, why didn't you help him escape from prison? That's an easy one, baby. Escaping from prison is a crime. I wasn't about to help him commit a crime after spending 5 years trying to prove him innocent. And he himself asked to be executed, you know? As a man of the law, I had to make sure the execution was stopped legally. And that's why I brought him before the Justice Minister too. I needed to buy as much time as I possibly could, baby. So that's it. Alright, Inspector, I see you. Good job. Good job. But there's one little unfortunate result of all this. Lin completely misunderstood your intentions. What's a little misunderstanding? My baby will come around. Give it time. But there are more important things to do with our time tonight. Mr. Superintendent, do you mind if I talk to you for a minute? I haven't always been a junkyard superintendent, you know. I used to be part of the police. The police. Not as a detective, but as a medical examiner. I investigated victims' cause of death. 10 years ago, I was asked to autopsy a strange corpse. Hit by a meteorite fragment and died instantly. That's what the police report said. There were no signs of life. He was definitely dead, but I never filed an autopsy report. That's because the corpse suddenly vanished, leaving behind only one plea. An unusual corpse. I bet that's what I've been chasing all night. Could you tell me more? Yeah, sure. I have an interest in you recovering your memory and finding your true identity too. That's the only way I can describe it too. It was an unusual corpse. He was dead all right, no question about that. But there wasn't a scratch on him. Not a scratch, but I thought he was hit by a meteorite fragment. I don't understand it any more than you do. I was completely bewildered, but when I tried to autopsy him, I was even more puzzled. I couldn't perform the autopsy. You couldn't? What do you mean? The scalpel went in, but I couldn't cut. As soon as I tried to make an incision, it would heal up in the very next instant, and that's how it went. And no scarring or blood either. And I never had the chance to solve the mystery. That's because the corpse up and vanished on us. The morgue is well guarded. Nobody could have stolen that body. But there is one way the corpse could have disappeared. What's that? It got up, opened the door, and walked out on its own. What? He was dead, but he wasn't dead. We saw it with our own eyes tonight. Not even that explosion could kill him. and he didn't even feel it when he slammed his fist on that stone. The corpse left behind some data from testing I did. I got some readings from some kind of radiation coming off that body. Radiation. I used all kinds of instruments, but I couldn't determine what kind of radiation it was. Some undiscovered type from a world unknown. Wait a minute. Could it be? That's right. It was coming from that meteorite fragment. I went to that park and tested the spot where the meteorite fell, and, just as I expected, I detected radiation coming from that crater. It was the exact same pattern of radiation as that of the corpse. At the time, I thought he was some kind of immortal being. He would die, only to come back to life. I wanted to research it all in depth, so I quit my job as a police medical examiner. Several years later, I came to learn the connection between my research and the manipulator case, thanks to the arrival of this crazy character here. Oh, stop now, Professor. Do you want to see me blush? It was about a year ago, I would say. This man in white came dancing into my research lab here. I heard there was an oddball here who's researching Timsic. Is that you, baby? Who are you to be calling anybody an oddball? I was investigating the manipulator case then, and then I heard there was a man who had quit the police force to study the meteorite. When I heard that, it was like a meteorite had struck me on the head. At the same time, we were just starting to get leads on this manipulator. We didn't know who he was yet, but we knew he was communicating with a certain foreign country. In one of those communications, we heard the manipulator say this: "The source of my power is not of this world." And that's when I put two and two together, baby. The manipulator case and Timsic were somehow connected, which also explained how 5 years ago he used his powers to manipulate a birthday surprise a little girl made for her mother. He added that gun to the contraption, most likely by controlling Camilla. So that contraption in the basement here, you built that to try and help Detective Zhao. That's right, Zhao and I worked together back when I was with the Force. I used the reports of his case to try and recreate the device, but there was just one part of it that I couldn't reproduce, no matter how hard I tried. Camilla told Zhao it did something it shouldn't have, made an impossible move. I added that part to the device I recreated, but I put in a part that would allow Cupid to rotate, otherwise the gun wouldn't fire. So that must mean somebody manipulated Camilla's contraption. As a result, we proved to ourselves that the manipulator actually existed. Inspector Cabanela. Hey, baby. Sorry about that phone call. I must have sounded like a real villain. I hated to spoil your image of me, of that cool cat inspector you always looked up to. Is that really the image she had of him? Inspector Cabanela, I'm sorry. I just heard. You were chasing after that man all this time to try and help Detective Zhao. This manipulator is such a dangerous character. I was hoping you didn't have to be involved. So that's why you had me arrested tonight, isn't it? Like I always say, if somebody's in the way, throw 'em in the slammer. Yikes. Tonight. I really thought we finally had him, but my body gave out on me right at the critical moment. It's like a cruel joke. But a joke is a joke. You might as well laugh. Zhao! The minister called off the execution order, and while he was at it, he let Detective Zhao go free until tomorrow morning, too. That's a pretty extreme while he was at it. Sorry I took so long to get here. You can leave the rest to me. There you go again. You've always been like that. You make everybody else run around, and then you swoop in at the last second. Zhao. 5 years ago, you left this coat with me just before you turned yourself in. I promised to give it back to you one day. That is a very strong pigeon to be able to hold that coat like that. I've been waiting so long, Detective Zhao. Waiting for this day to come. Thanks for not giving up on me, Lin. Okay, I'm off then. Good luck, my old friend. This present you gave me, it's just what I needed. Thank you. Glad you like it. Cicel, are you there? Yeah, I'm here. You and I have to go find that man. I need your help. Will you do this with me? Sure, but how? We don't know where the submarine is, and the phone line doesn't work. They use communication cables to make their calls. We'll get you hooked up somehow. You'll see. Could you wait here until we do? Please? Okay, fine. I'm counting on you. This true self you're looking for. I bet you'll find it soon. Alright, I'm leaving Inspector Cabadella. It's almost dawn. I'm not who I thought I was. I'm actually further from knowing who I am than ever. But now I don't feel so alone. Each one of us, for his or her own reasons, is looking for the truth. Together, I think we can shed light on these mysteries and drive away the darkness. But it's almost dawn. Oh, a new background, okay. Of course, that would be one. New illustrations. Alright. Lynn kept her promise about getting me hooked up. About 2 hours before dawn, the phone rang. Hello? This is Zhao. Cicel, are you listening? We need your powers. No time to talk. We'll be waiting for you. Okie dokie. Well, you had better get going. This long night is drawing to an end. Yeah, it looks like it. Thank you for all your help tonight. I'm the one who should be thanking you. At the other end of the phone line, I'm finally going to find all my answers. I had better go. A single telephone line connects me and the other Cicel, but that single line spreads out like a spider's web to ensnare the fates of many people. And I just reached the center of the web. Welcome to the Yonoa, Detective Zhao. My detective sense must have gotten rusty. I didn't even sense your presence here in the dark. That's because I switched the power to my mask off, Detective Zhao. I used your phone. Hope you don't mind. Phone. Chair, do not tip me over. Stupid chair. Never thought you would track us here, especially seeing as you're a death row inmate. And I'm equally surprised about your choice of transportation, a submarine. How did you find us, my man? Not even the police knew where the Yonoa was going to surface. Confound it. We detectives have a little say. If there's something you want to know about a case, ask the criminals. The bullet the man in red was shot with had a radio transmitter in it. I have a little something for you. Cabanela has given me some pretty weird presents in the past, but they always prove useful. This one was a radio receiver made to look like a pocket watch. Yes, Inspector Cabanela. I hear he's an excellent investigator. By the way, where is that man in red? I know he's on the submarine somewhere. Cicel, you mean? You. You can relax. That's nothing but his shell. His shell. His spirit isn't here right now. Most likely right about now, he's controlling your
Stream
daughter.
elements. Set. Stay moist, my friends.
Please, I
Hydrate.
beg you, let my daughter go. If you need a hostage, take me. Just please let her go. There's something our nation needs. Cicel has it. That's all we care about, my man. Nothing else matters. However, it would appear Cicel has underestimated us. He's left behind his precious bargaining chip here. Bargaining chip. Our nation has already researched it. This product that Cicel has to offer, the source of his powers. What? What in the world was that? The Timsic fragment. It gives spirits special powers. And now our deal with Sincel is concluded, as far as we're concerned. What are you talking about? Tisk, tisk. What a mistake to make, right at the most critical moment. Now then, Detective Chow, farewell. What in the world? The whole room just vanished. Detective Chow, where did he go? What now? I think I heard an explosion somewhere. In any case, Lynn and the little lady should be here somewhere. I smell danger. I had better find them, and fast. Okay, that's nice. So you're here, huh? It's Missile! Yes, I think even I remember who you are by now. What do you suppose that shock was a minute ago? I have no idea, of course. I'm just a little sheltered apart dog. But with my loss of memory, I can't say I'm much better. Anyway, let's hurry up and go save Miss Lynn and Miss Camilla. Do you think that trusty nose of yours can sniff them out? I'm sorry to say I don't think it can. Why did I even bother to ask? But you do have the power to swap objects. So let's go find that little lady detective and the little lady together. You got it. The telephone is ringing. Wow, it's Miss Camilla. I just know it. My trusty nose is practically screaming it at me. I think you would call that more of a hunch. Anyway, let's get to that phone before it stops ringing. You bet. But isn't Camilla being manipulated by the dude? Hmm. I think I just heard another little explosion in the distance. I've got a bad feeling about this. Cecile, look. That black hello, it came off the hook. I had better answer it fast. Hello, is anybody there? It's her, the little lady. It's Cecile. Where are you? Somebody please answer. I guess she can't hear my voice. You too, huh? Oh good, I thought she was just ignoring me. Somebody help me. Mm. Hmm. Something is going on with my ankles and I don't like it. It's weird. Somebody help me. Lynn, Lynn is. She said Lynn. Miss Lynn, we had better hurry. Let's go, Cecile. Um, okay. It's no use, nobody's answering. Miss Camilla, and Miss, Miss Lynn. Oh, poor Miss Lynn. Yeah, she can't seem to catch a break. Looks like another tragedy has happened. Sorry to keep you waiting, little lady. Sissy, I knew you would come. Miss Camilla, and Mistletoe, I'm so glad to see you're all right. Well, I wouldn't say I'm all right exactly. Hey, wait a minute. Mistle, your voice. I think I remember hearing it somewhere before. What? My voice? That's right. Camilla has a core now, so that means she did hear Mistle's voice before, when he saved her that time. So that was you, wasn't it, Mistle? You're the one who saved me in the park tonight. Thank you, Miss Camilla. I'm so glad I was born your little doggy. Hey, Mistle, could you stay here and watch over your mistress for a while? But don't you need my powers? I'll see what I can do on my own for a while. After all, you're the only one who can protect her. Okay, I'll do it. Thank you, Miss Soul. I wonder what happened this time. I had better talk to the little lady a little more. And then I had better do something about the detective lady. Can I talk to you for a minute? Yes, Sissy? Could you tell me what happened to you? What happened after I last saw you at your old house? Oh, let's see. After that, I think I fell asleep. I woke up to the sound of an engine. So she was already in the submarine by then. I thought to myself, I have to escape. The next thing I knew, I found myself in this big room. I was so tired I couldn't move. And then, Camilla. I was so relieved. I don't remember what happened after that. She must have passed out, the poor thing. You've been through so much. You were very brave. I think Lynn's probably been through more than me. You've both been brave. Is that okay, so it just repeats. Okay, gotcha. Okay. Oh, Cecile, you're here. Lynn, what in the world happened here? I don't know. I just sort of blacked out all of a sudden. Next thing I know, I was dead. Yeah, I guess you wouldn't know in that case. And where's Detective Chow? Is he alright? I... I don't know. The room he was in just disappeared all of a sudden. Now it's all making even less sense than before. After we left the super's office, we followed after the man in red. We tracked him with that radio transmitter Inspector Cabanela fired into him with a bullet. The man in red took a boat out to sea from a small harbor on the edge of town. Detective Zhao and I managed to secretly stow away on his boat, and then we sneaked onto the submarine with him when it surfaced. Before long, the submarine drove back down again. Detective Zhao and I decided to split up. He would take care of the telephone line, and I would look for Camilla. I found Camilla hiding here in the engine room. She had escaped and run away here. Wow, that's quite an adventure. What happened next? I don't know. There was a flash of white all of a sudden. Next thing I know, I was dead. Oh boy, it sounds like it would be quicker to see for myself. Camilla, are you okay? Camilla? Hello, Lynn. Or is it Detective now? It's been 10 years since we last met. Are you really that man from the park 10 years ago? Well, I see there's no need to introduce myself. Give Camila back. She has nothing to do with any of this. Afraid I can't do that. This is my last chance. The phone is ringing. It's not for me. Nobody ever calls the dead. The fact that you're here means that my revenge plan has failed. Revenge plan? It didn't happen tonight, did it? His execution. Well, knowing him, I half expected as much. That's why I was waiting here like this, waiting for him to show up. Wouldn't it be just what he wanted, to be executed by his own daughter? I heard about 10 years ago. I feel sorry about what happened to you. But revenge? Nobody could possibly know what What in the world? An explosion. Uh-oh. I've got a bad feeling about this. Have I been had? Look out. Revenge, huh? That's a feeling I just can't understand. Of course not. You're not him. She's right. I'm not him, am I? He was going to shoot Detective Zhao as Camila when he came to rescue her. It's just too horrible. Anyway, let's bring you back to life again. You didn't have to add the again part. So let's see. The cause of death this time was that mysterious explosion. You're pretty up for a dead woman. You know how detectives love a good mystery. It's like a shot of vitamins. And what do you mean for a dead woman? Anyway, I guess we should look for a way to stop that explosion. Alright, let's do this thing. Finding clues is like a dose of minerals to a detective. I'm afraid with my memory loss, I have no idea what vitamins or minerals are. Hey, we somehow managed to knock down the receiver. Somehow managed. Who's to say that's not how I planned it? Come on, hurry. Now's your chance to get on the phone. It might be Detective Zhao. She's right. I had better check it out. Hello? Anybody there? If anybody's still there, get yourself here on the double. We're about to head out. Speak up. Why don't you answer? Anyway, come if you're coming. We're leaving. So it must be true what they say, that there are restless ghosts on board. That does it. I promise to turn over a new leaf, Mom. Who is he calling restless ghosts? Well, it's true, neither one of us is really resting in peace. Anyway, it looks like the sub just lost one of its crew. I guess that means the fate of the sub has changed slightly. Sisao has underestimated us. He's left behind his precious bargaining chip here. Bargaining chip? It's Detective Zhao. What's going on there? I saw this little deal go down once before. In just a moment, the man in red is about to get his Timsic fragment taken away. I don't get it. What's happening? They decided to conclude the deal without the other party present. They're just going to go ahead and steal the Timsic fragment. But that's cheating. I think we have more important things to talk about right now. Where's the Timsic fragment going to go? The Timsic fragment, you're mine at last. The objective has been achieved. Now we detach the control room as planned. Yes, sir. Farewell, sir. Sisao, what just happened? The whole room just disappeared, with Detective Zhao in it. Don't worry, Lin. I bet Detective Zhao can take care of himself. The main thing right now is rescuing you and the little lady. I can't believe this is happening. Now then, I had better hurry along before Sisao discovers what he's lost and comes after me. The Yonoa will be his coffin. May it lie buried here in the deep sea forever. Farewell, Sisao. A sub in a sub, a submarine in a submarine. Is there a submarine in that submarine? So that's the cause of that giant explosion. What is? Don't tell me that's another thing you've forgotten. The torpedo. It's like, well, you've heard of a missile before, haven't you? Yeah, sure. but a different missile comes more likely to mind. It looks like he plans to sink the submarine with that thing. This is not good. We have to do something before that torpedo is fired. We can't let it launch. But what can we do? Let's just get to the torpedo as fast as we can. Maybe we can find a way to stop it somehow. Somehow. A true detective never gives up. Well, we certainly can't just ignore it. There's no time, it's going to launch. Don't worry, we can still find a way to stop it. What? How? Even if the torpedo does launch, we just have to stop it from detonating, right? There's still something we can do. I hope. Why was the I hope at the end of the strongest part of that sentence? Okay, here goes. I came along for the ride without giving it too much thought, but was this really the best move? I think so. We just have to keep it from going off, right? I'm sure this poor little rat will thank us too. How in the world did it get in here? That is a very good question. How in the world did the rat get here? Do you know how a torpedo works? No, I can't say I do. Wow, detectives sure know a lot. I saw it explained once in a book. On impact, the fuse in the tip is depressed. That in turn sets off the detonator. The detonator, huh? That must be that red button. So how do we stop it? They didn't explain anything about that in the book. Wow, detectives sure know a lot. Or not. Knew more than you. I think these outside parts are supposed to be weights of some sort. The spinning black things, right? Apparently their spinning helps the torpedo maintain its balance. They must be pretty heavy. I wonder if we could use these weights to our advantage somehow. Great, we've dumped the little creature off. Wow, those weights were heavy enough to turn the whole torpedo over. Now for that safety device. Right. There, we clamped the safety device on. We did it. That should keep this torpedo from exploding. But there's just one problem. Problem? What's that? The torpedo is still going to impact. We can't do anything about that. Uh-oh. Oh, what was that noise? It looked like the torpedo still hit the submarine. But it looks like the submarine is still okay. This changes everybody's fate, including the little rats. Cecile, we did it. What's the matter? You still look unhappy. We stopped the torpedo from blowing up, but we still opened up a gaping hole in the submarine. You're right, I guess. I guess that's just what missiles do. They're unstoppable. Am I hearing things? Anyway, I guess we had better get back to the present as quickly as we can. Right, I'm worried about Camilla. We managed to stop Death for now, but it hasn't disappeared altogether. It's now slowly but surely filling the room. Uh-oh, water is seeping in through the hole where the torpedo hit. I've got to get them out of here. I had better go meet up with Lynn. The lights went out, but this machine apparently still works. Unfortunately, I guess it won't run for very long, but maybe I can use its movements to help me create a path. I had better hurry over to Lynn. It's not safe to stay here, and I just don't have the power to stop that water from coming in. Lynn, Camilla, you're awake. How do you feel? I'm so sorry. I'm sorry I pointed that gun at you. Don't worry about that. That wasn't you. Miss Camilla. Oh, Missile, you're here. Oh, poor Miss Camilla. Miss Lynn, what should we do? We have to get out of here before any more water comes in. Cecile should be along any second. I knew Sissika would come. And Missy is here too. I'm so happy everybody's going to be with me now. Camilla, Miss Camilla, I'll get you out of here. If it's the last thing I do, I think I'm going to cry, or whimper as the case may be. I had better send a signal to Lynn that I'm here before it's too late. Oh, look at that flashlight. It's Cecile. He's here. Up you go. I'm glad you're here, Cecile. Sorry for the wait. It looks like this room is going to fill up with water fast. We had better get that door open, out that door as quick as we can. We won't be getting out that door, I'm afraid. The water pressure is too great already. I can't open it. What? What does water pressure mean? Think of it as the force of the water holding the door closed. The water level keeps getting higher and higher in here. So the only way out of here is up. Okay, got it. Let's look for a path that goes up. Hey, look at that ladder. I wonder if we can get it down somehow. Good idea. Let's try it. Oh, and by the way, yes, I can't swim. Neither can Camilla. Don't you have any good news for me? Let me think about it. In the meantime, could you hurry, please? There must be a switch or something here that lowers the ladder, provided the person who designed the sub didn't miscalculate the ladder length. I didn't even consider that possibility. And I have to warn you, I can't swim, neither can Camilla. Yeah, you already told me. You did it, Cecile. Thanks. What was that? It looks like water seeping in isn't the only thing we have to worry about. Cecile, the flashlight doesn't work anymore. Hey, don't get mad at me. Maybe the contacts are bad or something. Hey, I know. You can fix it with your powers. Okay, now that's just taking things too far. Oh, hey, great. Did you used to be an electrician in your past life or something? That's a cruel question considering the circumstances. Now all we have to do is get to that door and we're safe. What happened now? It looks like the submarine decided to rear up on its hind legs. I can't believe we're still okay after that fall. Either we're really lucky or we're dead yet and we haven't realized it yet. Come on now, as if the latter could be true. What now? The water sure is rising fast. Come on. You'll just have to go up to the top. Let's see how I can help with my ghost tricks. Well, I think I see a familiar flame over there. Cecile, there you are. How's it going? How is it going? I would say it was going pretty badly. You do understand how dangerous this situation is, don't you? Of course, after all, just ask anybody who knows me how much I hate taking a bath. Nathan's been in danger of drowning before himself. Okay, ready to create a path for these ladies? Of course. Hmm. The piston's sticking out right in front of me. It's almost like they're taunting me. Maybe it's a challenge. It might be just that. Think you can climb them? If I wasn't holding Camilla, I could probably do it easily. Cecile, you're not telling Miss Lynn to leave poor Miss Camilla behind, are you? Could you just be quiet for a minute, Miss Lynn? Those pistons sure do look like they could be used to our advantage. These pistons sticking out right in front of me, it's almost like they're taunting me. It's like they're silently pressuring me to climb them. Oh, I doubt they're doing that, Miss Lynn. It looks like how much the pistons thrust out is related to how large the fans are. Cecile, my arms are full, my legs are free. If you could just move these pistons so they're a little easier to climb, I think I could do it. Okay, so in order to do that, we need 3 different sizes of fans. The water is still rising, it's up to my knees, and it's freezing cold. Just hold on, we had better create a path. Fast! Hang in there, Miss Lynn. Thanks, Miss Soul. Didn't I do that, though? Oh. Okay. There, how about that? Wow, this is great. You made a staircase for me. You had better hurry. I don't think that water is going to wait for you. Now this steam is getting in the way. It's too hot to get through. What? And there's no way to go around either. Think you can do something? Of course we can. We have to. Here comes that water again. I wish I could drink it all up for you. No, Miss Soul, it's too salty. I think the more relevant point is that he's dead, so he can't drink it. Whatever, just do something about this. See, I am working on it. If you'll give me a fucking second. I am trying. Can't. Because there it goes. Maybe. Okay. Oh my god, dude. How am I supposed to jump if you keep interrupting me? The water is getting really close now, not that I can see all that well with the steam here. This will switch the pipes around so you can get across. That's right, don't give up, Miss Finn. My back is really starting to hurt. Well, you can deal with it. Stop whining like a little bitch and deal with it already and let me do what I've got to do. Look at this. If I swap the piece of pipes, it changes how the steam comes out, huh? I get it, because the cracks in each pipe are different, right? So each pipe sprays out the steam in a different way. I bet that will come in handy. Swear to God. Don't like the way this is. Come on, Reddit. Reddit, you fucking hoe. Reddit. Nope. Swear to fuck. Fucking annoying. Get off, get off, get off. There needs to be a better pointer system for this, especially if you want to have it railroaded into this right here. Fucking annoying. Okay. You couldn't take a little warm mist? That was no warm mist, it was boiling hot water. Anyway, it looks like you're the key player for this one, Miss Soul. I don't think my powers alone are going to be enough. I mean, if you'll give me enough time, instead of just... Like, you have absolutely no time here. There, how does that look? It looks great. All that horrible steam is cleared out of the way. Okay, it's not far now. Try to move forward. Look up there. If I can just make it to that door, we can escape. Now how in the world am I going to get up there? Don't yell at me. If you want to yell, you can yell at me. Miss Soul, how can I yell at you when you're so sweet about it? I think you just did. Let's look for something to pull Miss Finn up with. Yes, something to whisk Miss Finn up and glide her ever so gently to the top with. Hey, are you being sarcastic? Alright, now this is what I'm talking about. Okay, raise away. Sorry, I can't do it. Open it, hurry. Is that any way to ask for something? It's no use. I can't budge it. It must be stuck. Oh no. No. This way. What just happened? I can't believe my eyes. Lynn and the little lady suddenly vanished, leaving only darkness and sea water. The submarine continues to sink down into the deep, deep sea, but I still want to try and make it my way up as far as possible. I still want to head up to find a single ray of light to illuminate the truth at the bottom of this deep, deep darkness. The upended submarine continues to sink, slowly but surely, a long, long journey to the bottom of the sea. Lynn and the little lady found the darkness and the salt water closing in on them, but at the very last second, something saved them. Now it looks down at them quietly. My head is filled with one giant question. What in the world is this thing? I see you managed to survive, Detective. Hey, you're... Excuse my appearance. I seem to have lost my body. Oh, and you there. You're the ghost who's been saving Glenn all evening, aren't you? You knew about me all along. Of course, what else would explain all those unnatural things happening? If you knew, how come you didn't do anything about it all this time? And how come you decided to save us all of a sudden? I thought you wanted to get revenge on us. I don't really know. Please, you gotta tell me. I need to know. Who in the world are you? Cecile, look at you. What happened? I can't hold on to that image of myself any longer. You can't remember who you are. That's right. I came all this way tonight, trying to chase down my lost memory. For quite a bit of tonight, I thought I was you, Cecile. Cecile? My name isn't Cecile. I bet you'll remember really soon who you are and who I am too. What? The man in front of me is not me. I'm even further away from the truth. Or maybe not. Something is stirring in my mind, a memory about to emerge. Do I know this man? Now that I've shed my image of myself, I feel like I'm one step closer to the truth. They got us good. It's all over for this submarine. Its engine room is destroyed. There's a hole in the hull, and it's sinking as we speak. What are you doing here? I thought you had to deal with those people. They betrayed me. I was a fool to trust them. They already have what they wanted now. The Timsic fragment. I didn't know they had it all figured out. You mean they figured out the source of your powers? Yeah, that meteorite's radiation has two effects on living creatures. It gives power and time. If you don't mind, we would like to hear more. These 10 years, I've been watching that junkyard superintendent do his research, and I think I've kind of got some of it figured out. The meteorite's radiation gives spirits special powers, like possessing and manipulating objects, and in my case, swapping objects. Apparently, there are individual differences in the powers we get, and it seems these powers change as time goes by. They do. Yeah, my powers have changed over these past 10 years. At first, I could only manipulate small living creatures. Now then, how do you suppose we got these powers? It's simple. It is. How then? In a nutshell, we died while exposed to the energy emitted by the meteorite. It's radiation. That's what it does, dying while being exposed to the radiation. On that day 10 years ago, a fragment of that meteorite pierced my heart, and I died. So, of course, I received special powers. Hey, wait a minute. Is that how I got my powers too? You know, you might be right. Aren't the Timsic fragments still right there in that park, at the bottom of the crater? You're right. So, that must mean I must have died in the presence of the meteorite's radiation too. Another effect the meteorite's radiation has on us is that it gives us time. Again, I think this time effect is centered around the theme of death, but it's not all that clear. So the fact that I can return to 4 minutes before a person's death is another effect of that meteorite. One of the characteristics of that meteorite is its ability to replay the moment of death. Replay the moment of death. This is all so strange and confusing. I can't take it all
Keochemus
in.
said, "Happy Halloween."
Hello, Keo. Welcome on in. Happy Halloween, friend. I hope you're having a fantastic existence and a fantastic Halloween. It makes about as much sense to me as anything else. Yeah, strange and confusing. That just about sums up the object that pierced my body that day. Thanks to that meteorite fragment. My very existence is a contradiction. What do you mean? That day, when the fragment pierced my heart, I lost my life. However, because it remained inside of me, that fragment continued to constantly regenerate my body. In other words, my body was continuously cycling between the moments that separated my life and death. What? My body's vital function stopped 10 years ago, but my body's time is perpetually stopped at the moment just before death. Time just stopped. So I just simply existed, not really alive and not really dead. That pretty much sums up these last 10 years for me, ever since that incident in the park. My body hasn't aged a day, my hair hasn't grown an inch. Come to think of it, that old pigeon guy mentioned something. He said he couldn't cut this guy's body with the scalpel. So I guess as soon as an incision was made, his body would be regenerated. Wow! Before I left this country, I wanted to do one thing. I wanted to get revenge on the people who stole our lives. Our lives. As part of the deal, I made those guys promise to cooperate. Cooperate? You mean the kidnapping? It all went fine. I manipulated the justice minister and made him issue the execution order. But I thought he might call off the execution at the last second. So that's why you wanted his daughter kidnapped. But they kidnapped the wrong girl. Little did I know they had their own reasons for cooperating with me. Their objective was to wipe out everybody who had to do with Timsik. Detective Zhao was one such person,
Stream
so they were
elements.
happy to cooperate.
Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
Inspector Cabanella and that junkyard super, they were slated to be wiped out too. And as it turns out, I was one of their targets as well. So they stole my Timsik fragment, and here I am. But they had one more final target. You, detective. Me. If you weren't there in the park that day 10 years ago, I never would have thought of doing something as stupid as taking a hostage. Okay, but I was just a little kid playing in the park. Yeah, I know. 10 years later, and you would become a detective looking into Zhao's case. Tonight, I invited you to a quiet spot on the edge of town. It was a trap, you see. I told you who I was. You never saw my face that day 10 years ago. So, of course, you didn't recognize me. I took possession of you to make you shoot me. Your subconscious resisted me. Such incredible power. It was the first time I wasn't able to control somebody completely. The aim was off and the first shot missed the mark. The junkyard was equipped with security cameras. I knew you would be wanted for murder. That was my plan anyway. But they had other ideas. They simply wanted you wiped out. But then, something threw a big monkey wrench into their scheme. I showed up. I was supposed to meet up with them after that, but then something went wrong. What happened? My body disappeared. The inspector in white was responsible for that one. My precious bargaining chip was in that body. I had to get it back no matter what. That inspector caused me no end of trouble. Why were those people targeting me? I never even heard of the Timsic meteorite. Because you were looking into the Zhao case, they thought you would find out about Timsic sooner or later. And that's pretty much the whole story. The only thing left to do now is wait for water pressure to crush the submarine. Oh no, there are no cores that link from here to the water's surface. I have an idea. We hook up the phone line and there are no communication cables down this deep. They meant for the submarine to be my coffin, a coffin for the dead. There's no escape. I think I kind of understand now what you've been feeling these 10 years. You, what? This feeling, cut off from the world, all alone in a submarine, sinking slowly toward the bottom of an endless sea. This must be how you felt all along. Lynn? Camilla, is it true we're stuck here? What? Oh, if my dad. If my dad was here, I bet he would save us. Oh, Camilla, I'm so sorry. That's funny. What is it, Cicel? There's something I don't understand. Why would they go to all the trouble of detaching the control room? What? Why didn't they just steal the Timsic fragment and escape, if that's what they wanted? Why did they have to jettison your body off into the sea? That's a good question, but I guess it doesn't matter why now. We'll never find it again. We have no idea where it was launched to. Wait a minute. Yes, we do. This will tell us where Detective Zhao is. That present from the inspector in white. That's right. Detective Zhao told me to hold on to it for him. And the bullet is still in this person's body in the command room, right? Then we should be able to tell where it is with this. But even if we find out where it is, how do we get there? We should be able to figure something out between the three of us with our powers, right, Miss Lynn? Right. Oh, and wait a minute, what about a torpedo? A torpedo? In any case, it's way too early to give up. It looks like Detective Zhao is our last hope. Come on, let's get started. Okay. Guess we're doing this. Why is this machine shoving grapes at me? Well, this looks like the privet cabin of the top officer, doesn't it? This machine is probably for feeding him grapes while he lies in bed. It sounds heavenly. I've been thinking about this for a while now. Don't you think that country's use of technology is just a little off? Says the guy who made a deal with said country. Anyway, it looks like the arm of this machine is a bit rusted. The torpedo room. There might be another torpedo left there. I'll go check it out. I get it. You're going to use a missile to ram the control room. Well, I don't know about ram. We don't want to blow Detective Jowl up. Something like that. We'll climb up to the torpedo room too. Up is definitely safer. Okay, I'll see you there then. It looks like the torpedoes can be launched manually with these switches. There are 2 tubes, so there should be one more left. I guess the first thing we have to do is load it into the tube. When it comes to missiles, you can count on me. I'll enter the coordinates of the command room into the torpedo. I just turned on the backup power. We ought to be able to use the switches now. Okay, let's try it. Good luck. What will happen to these 2 ladies? I think that's up to us and our powers. What? This is no time to be standing around unsure of ourselves. Will you lend me your strength, missile? Me? Of course I will. Count on it. There we go. That torpedo looks serviceable. All set on this end too. But something's odd. What is? The command room. It looks like it's slowly sinking. Sinking? Yeah, like it's completely run out of power. I wonder what happened. I don't know. I guess I'll find out. Okay, hop into the missile. I'll launch it for you. Thanks. I've already set the torpedo's course. It'll head toward the command room where Detective Jowl is. 12 seconds after launching, it'll pass by the command room for an instant. That instant will be your window of opportunity to jump over to the command room. Okay, got it. Then we'll find a way to come back and save you. That'll probably be my last task tonight. Just hold on until we get back. Okay, come on, Missile. Missile? I'm sorry, I can't go. What? I just can't. How could I leave? I can't leave Miss Lynn and Miss Camilla behind. I can't do it. Missile. I swapped the switches so the missile can be launched. You'll have to do the rest, Cecile. I can't do it either. I can't ask Missile to come with me after that. I understand how he feels. I want you to go, Missile. What? But Miss Lynn, you staying here won't change our fate. But if you go with Cecile, you might be able to make something happen, and that's our only hope. But what if that something doesn't happen? I'll never be able to see you again. Never, ever again. Even I can understand that. I couldn't stand that. Don't worry, Miss Camilla. I just know you and Sissy can make something happen. I believe in you. I'll be right here waiting for you. We'll see each other then. Don't worry. Miss Camilla. That's a good boy, Missile. Now are you ready? Remember, it's 12 seconds after I throw this switch. We're ready. Cecile? Yes. We never found out who you really were, but that doesn't matter now. All I know is I'm truly glad I met you tonight. Thank you for everything. I'm glad I met you, Detective, but we're going to see each other again. Right, Sissy? Right, Missile? That's right. We promise, little lady. Of course we will. I'll never forget you, no matter what happens. Here goes then. Good luck, friend. These 12 seconds are lasting an eternity. I strive to think of a way to save Lynn and the little lady the whole time. But how can a ray of light, of hope, reach this far down into the deep sea? Before I can think of an answer, the 12 seconds are up. Detective Chow, I bet that big masked man did this. I'm going to fight him. You had better not. You might break your teeth. The command room has lost power and is sinking, so I wonder what this masked man is going to do. Let's talk to Detective Chow. Sorry for the wait, Detective Chow. Who are you? Are you Cecile? Please excuse my appearance. I can't believe you made it here. How is Camille? And what about Lynn? Well, it's kind of a long story. I told Detective Chow about what happened, everything that happened on the submarine in Noah. So the submarine is badly damaged. Why would he do that to his own submarine? I wish I knew. I know the answer to that one. It's because he's afraid of my powers. You followed us. I didn't even notice. It's been 10 long years, Detective Chow. Are you Yomio? So you remember me, do you? How could I possibly forget? So that's your real name, Yomiao. That's right. But those people on the Yonoa were calling you Cecile. That's just an alias I was using for my deal with them. I didn't see any need to tell them my real name. Could you do me a favor? Would you let me ask you some questions? I've been trying to find out my true identity all night. Sure, go ahead. I'm sure there's plenty we can still tell you. Right, Detective Jowl? Right. 10 years ago, you were a top systems engineer, weren't you? Systems engineer? What's that? By the way, I'm a top Pomeranian, you know? Well, it's a kind of hard to explain to a dog, but it's a person who's good at using computers. I don't mean to brag, but I was one of the best in the industry. That's how I got roped into joining that project. Project? What project? It was a project aimed at reorganizing the nation's top secret information. The goal was to build a new system using multidimensional programming theory. I was asked to join the project by an agent of the government. It doesn't sound like something a top Pomeranian would know anything about. To me, it just sounded like another challenging job. However, this project was also the target of a secret plot. I bet you can imagine the kind of crime the nation's top secrets might attract. I never thought for the life of me I would ever have to deal with spies. It was never made public, but every organization in the country moved on this one. And then, one day, the name of a certain programmer emerged as a suspect. I was the guy who built the core of the system. The police arrested you, and then that incident happened. He escaped from the interrogation room and took little Lin as a hostage. By the way, Detective Chow, when was it that I was proven innocent? About 6 months after your death. I'm so sorry, Yomiel. 10 years ago. My soul was split from my body, and I lost everything. I was sealed in eternal darkness. I existed in this world, no question about that. But nobody noticed my presence. What good were my powers? They didn't help anybody. Not even the passage of time could heal my pain. In fact, it only made it worse. I wanted to disappear, but I wasn't even allowed to do that. The way Lin described it is exactly right. Sinking slowly toward the bottom of an endless sea. An overwhelming feeling of loneliness and despair. And I wanted all of you to suffer what I was suffering. So that's why you murdered Alma. That's right. I wanted you to know what it was like to lose everything you cared about. I wanted you to feel the same pain I felt. What? It was the twisted wish of a mind poisoned by infinite loneliness. And then, as I was plotting my revenge, I had an idea. I came up with a plan to use these powers of mine to make a deal. There's something I just don't understand about that deal. I'm sure your powers would be very valuable to them, but what would you get out of the deal? A new life. Life. I asked them for 2 conditions. Number 1 was that they help me with my revenge plot, and the second was a rebirth for me. Rebirth. A new beginning. I didn't care if it was a fake life, an artificial life. I just wanted a physical receptacle for my soul, a name, an identity, an everyday life. I wanted to grow old in a society that would accept me. And finally, I wanted to die, surrounded by a loving family. That's the kind of life I asked them for. A completely man-made life. That's right. I knew I couldn't hope for anything more than that. To make it all come true, I knew it would take a lot of money and a lot of power. That's why I decided to ask a national government to help me. And their response, in the end, was betrayal. They were making their moves much more carefully than I suspected. They sent spies to this country and researched my powers on their own. And they even figured out what Timsik was all about. And you had no idea they were doing all this. None at all. I was a fool. So then, why did they go to all the trouble of making a deal with you? Why didn't they just steal a hunk of the Timsik meteorite from the park? They couldn't. After the manipulator incidents, research was conducted in this country too. A report was submitted to the government about the source of the manipulator's power. By Inspector Cabanela and the old pigeon guy. At first, the government didn't believe the report, but then they decided to put the park under surveillance just in case. Surveillance. It just looks like an ordinary peaceful park, but there are armed agents there at all times. Don't tell me that odd leaflet guy is one of them. No, not him. He's just a plain old odd person. That park is like a silent battlefield on an international scale. So that's why they couldn't steal the Timsik meteorite. And lately, under the pretense of building a housing site, they've been working on a plan to destroy that park in order to secure the Timsik meteorite. So that's it. So the upshot of your grand deal was this. Yeah, it's the ending I deserve. But at least there's one thing you must be happy about. What's that? You've managed to seal me away at the bottom of the sea forever. Well, shall we get started? Started with what? Bringing Detective Zhao back to life, of course. What good will that do now? But we promised. We promised Miss Lin and Miss Camilla we would save them. And we can't do that without you, Detective Zhao. I've been guided by fate tonight to this place. I won't give up now. All right, fine. Let's see where it leads us. Here we go then, back to 4 minutes before your death. So, where are we headed? We are not headed anywhere, Detective. What? There was only enough fuel on board to launch us away, Detective. We will run out soon, and that will be our destination, Detective. What are you talking about? That would mean that you're trapped here too. By the way, I am not human, Detective. I am a remote-controlled robot, Detective. What? Your country's use of technology is just plain off. We get that a lot, Detective. Why would you go to all the trouble to do this? That's nothing but a shell there. It's hardly a threat anymore. Commander Sith likes to provide against any possibility, no matter how small, Detective. Possibility? What are you talking about? There's no need for you to know, Detective. Now it is time to say goodbye, Detective. In the end, your fate remains the same, it seems, Detective. Camilla, forgive me. It isn't over yet. It isn't. Remember what that big masterman said? Any possibility, no matter how small. Possibility. In other words, there must be a chance here somewhere, the possibility of turning the situation around. What is it, detective? Look at Yomiel's shell. There's no aura emanating from his body. Of course there isn't. The Timsic fragment is gone. Could this change in his shell give us some kind of lead? I figured it out. I know what this possibility, no matter how small, is that they are afraid of. What is it? My time was perpetually stopped, thanks to the power of Timson. His body cycled between the moments that separate his life and death. Right, but not anymore. The Timsic fragment has been taken away. So what does that mean? I get it. Your body won't come back to life anymore. The moment the Timsic fragment was removed, my shell became a regular corpse. So, let's see. That means we can go back to 4 minutes before your death. Wait a minute. When is that death? That's simple. We'll find out. When we get there, let's move. I fell back through the cracks of time for what seemed like forever, and then I saw the final death at the end of this long night. Who am I? I've already seen all of the clues. All I have to do now is remember. The final journey to the truth starts now. Final chapter. When was Yomiel's death? It was 10 years ago when the Timsic meteorite fell. We traveled back through time, and now we're here at the scene of that death. The start of it all is about to replay itself. It's ready. Hold it. Give it up. Do you really think you can outrun me? Now just calm down and drop that weapon. So stay back. If you come any closer, I'll shoot her. Oh, a kitten. Shoo, you might get hurt. Are you okay? You're all right now. Are you hurt? You saved me, mister. I was just doing my job. The gods, they are the ones who saved you. What's your job, mister? Me? I'm a police detective. So that's the Timsik meteorite. It's beautiful looking at it from this angle. It changed all of our fates completely. We can't stop Tinsik from falling from the sky. We might be able to protect you from that fragment and save your life. I don't know. What's the matter, Detective Chow? To be perfectly honest, I'm scared. If that meteorite fragment doesn't get him, I'm pretty sure I would have shot him. We might not be able to change your fate of dying. I can accept that. What I did is inexcusable. No matter how the future might change, that fact will never go away. If my fate is to die here, then I accept that. This will be our last battle against fate. Beyond that will be a new future. Okay, let's get started. Now, how are we going to save you? If Lynn would just wander off somewhere, that would solve everything. When her sweet potato was almost ready, she's not going to budge from that spot. You know, it makes me wonder. A little girl all alone in the park, listening to music and roasting a sweet potato. What kind of childhood did this girl have? Doesn't everybody have at least one day in their life like that? Give her a break. Anyway, if Lynn won't budge from that spot, then we'll just have to have the fragment move instead. What are you doing? You're going to hurt poor Miss Lynn's ears. I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking. You really startled her. You even made her drop her sweet potato. I know how much this girl loves her food, too. Anyway, at least her fate has changed, albeit ever so slightly. That was kind of disappointing. Maybe the timing was a little off. Miss Lynn always says it's better to be early than late. I had better try it again. Look at that, sweet potato. That big scary sweet potato. It's not a sweet potato, Miss Soul, that's Nino. Oh, right, of course. But look at them, the potato and Nino. Right now they both have the same shape. So you're saying you could swap them? Good idea, Miss Soul. Okay, here I go. And I'm going to need your help. My help. That was quite a sight to see. It looks like this park just got a new feature. But neither one of them even glanced this way. Guess that's not surprising, seeing as even a meteorite didn't distract them. It was a desperate situation, kill or be killed. Yo Meow is killed right after this by the meteorite. Well, now that the park has a new feature, can we use it to our advantage in any way? When you don't know your left and your right very well, it makes the life a little difficult sometimes. Just a little. Sometimes. Oh look, the lamppost is bending, but it hasn't broken yet. It really is a wonder it hasn't snapped. It just might hold out for a little while longer. If I recall, the Timsig fragment smashed through the glass lantern on its way down. But if Mino sits firmly in its way, then fate should change. It's about time for that meteorite to come down. Don't worry, Missile. I think we're ready for it. Look what's right in the fragment's path. Oh, okay. That giant sweet potato. If anything can get in the way, that ugly monster can. Anyway, now the fragment's path ought to change. There, how's that? Look, the fragment's course had changed a little. Now Yomiel's fate should really change. Wait a minute. Take another look at the fragment's trajectory. Now that's changed what's in its path. In its path. No, no. Detective Zhao. The Timsig fragment shot through his leg. What? But the cruel twists of fate weren't over yet. Come on, put it down. Zhao, put the gun down now. If you don't, you're going to shoot him. I don't know if it's his detective training or what, but even though he's shaking from the pain, the gun doesn't waver. Put the gun down. No, I knew it. This is my true fate. In the end, I stole his life away with my own hands. I won't let that happen. Missile, the bullet is stopped in mid-air. I'm here inside the bullet. Now let's swap it with something. What? With what? Detective Zhao, the meteorite fragment is what made you pull the trigger. It won't let you become a murderer. We have to prove that murder isn't the detective's true fate. To do that, we have to stop this bullet. There must be something with the same shape as the bullet around here. Oh no, we stopped the bullet, but we still couldn't save him. That's not true. My fate of getting pierced through the back might not have changed, but I'm still alive. What? I'm not dead, I'm just unconscious. Okay, so your fate of death has changed, but still, this fate is just too painful to watch in every sense. I don't think so. As long as I'm alive, that's good enough for me. But we were overlooking one thing. The wheel of fate was still slowly turning. Look out! Wake up! You gotta get out of there! Damn it, my leg won't work. It's all over. We're out of time. Miss Lin. It's not over yet. There isn't anything else to swap with. Why don't we just let it play out and try to find another way next time? Even if she dies, all you have to do is possess her corpse. Then you can redo her last 4 minutes as many times as it takes. No, I won't do that. Why not? Sure, the fact of her death would be erased. Her memory of it would remain like a scar on her psyche. I won't let that happen. Not if I can help it. What can we do now? Even if we work together. I think there might be something that can be done. What is it? What can Cecile and I do? Don't forget, I'm here too. With 3 kinds of powers among us, we ought to be able to fight this battle. This battle against the fate of death. Meow. Cecile, your power is manipulating objects. Use your power to manipulate this. I don't get it. Just trust me. Let's go. Alright, I'll try to move there. Now gather your strength and make it spray as if your life depended on it. I'm dead though. In that case, make it spray as if your death depended on it. Give it your all. Remember, you'll only have a split second. Now do it. Now it's your turn, Missile. What? Me? What can I do? I think you know the answer to that. Okay, got it. You can swap them. That hunk of concrete will go back to its original position. But even if I swap them, it'll still be right above Miss Lynn. Don't worry. Okay, I'll do it. I'll swap them. It's no use. We can't stop that horrible Mino. What can we do now? I don't see how getting a second or two helped. Oh, it helped alright. Those few seconds were exactly what I wanted. Last up, it's my turn. Your turn. You know what my power is, right? I can manipulate living creatures. Wait a minute. You mean... That's right. I'm going to save that little girl. Save her by manipulating my own unconscious body. Ye gods. Okay, is he actually dead? Because it almost looks like it just lands on his legs. You're awake. Hey, mister, is your knee okay? Oh, it'll be fine. It's just a scrape. I'm lucky it wasn't a fatal hit. The main thing is that you're not hurt. You saved me, mister. I was just doing my job. The gods, they're the ones who saved you. What's your job, mister? Me, I'm a police detective. Do you think you could go call the police for me? I think you could do that quicker than I could. But, what's that? This is a detective's badge. We give them to children who've been very brave. A detective's badge. Thanks. Okay. You know what to do, little detective. Are you alive? Yeah, sadly. Hang on. Help is coming. What made you do such a reckless thing? To be perfectly honest, I don't really know. When I came to, my body was already moving all by itself. It was as if somebody else was controlling me. I see. But you know, I'm glad it happened. Hey, mister. I found this kitten. It was over there. Come to think of it, I just saw it a few minutes ago. It's probably a stray. It's kind of limp. Is it okay? I don't know. I think it's unconscious. That's funny. It doesn't look like it's injured or anything. Poor little kitty. How about if I take it to my house and look after it? Would you like to come home with me, little kitten? Well, it looks like his fate just changed in a big way. Whose fate? That kitten's, of course. Cicelle's. Cicelle? The name Cicelle echoes in my head. That's my real name. These long, 10 lonely years, you were my one and only friend. How about it? Do you remember now? Old friend. I think. I finally remember. 10 years ago, I was a little kitten that wandered into this park. I was weak and all alone in the world. Somebody please look at me. Oh, a kitten. Shoo, you might get hurt. Somebody please reach a hand out to me. I had just only died at the time. I had lost everything. My life, my memory. My body wouldn't move anymore, but I still managed to reach out a hand to him. The next thing I knew, my soul had transferred to the black kitten. With no recollection of who I was, I lived as a cat with you for a while. After a while, the man regained his memory. I went back to being just a cat, and then the man got his body back. I took my body back from the morgue. There was somebody I just had to go see, just one more time. I took control of my body and hurried to her house. But I was just a little too late. I had just missed her as she left this world. She left me a note that said, "I'm coming to you, Yo Meow." The man named me Cicel. It was the name of something important he had lost. Along with his life, his fiancée. He told me about it once, but I didn't understand what it was. Those 10 years were very happy for me, but they weren't happy for the man, and there was nothing I could do for him. For 10 years, I wandered through the darkness with no particular place to go. As time passed, my powers gradually changed. At first, I could only manipulate small creatures and objects, but then, after a while, I could manipulate people. That's when the darkness inside me deepened, and I started to get a little twisted. I wanted that light, distorted artificial light. When I got my revenge on Lynn, I would see that light. Or at least that's what I try to believe.
Stream Elements said. Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
I left my old self buried in that junkyard and walked away. The Black Cat. I was possessing Cecile then. It wouldn't look very much like a murder if the corpse got up and walked away after all. So you borrowed the body of your old friend. Cecile was inside that bag I was carrying tonight. I had no intention of leaving my friend behind in this country when I left. But then, when I went to possess his body, I realized something horrible. What was that? Cecile, there inside the bag, was dead. What? I wasn't able to control her completely. The first bullet didn't hit anything, or so I thought. But it did hit something, didn't it? It hit Cecile inside that bag. Yes, that's when I lost my life, right there in the presence of a Timsic radiation. And that's when I got my powers of the dead, my ghost tricks. I think I understand it now, why I was the only one who couldn't get his memory back. It was because I thought that corpse was me. It was the only corpse I could see at the time after all. But as it turns out, it wasn't the only dead body. My true death was hiding just behind that corpse. Now that I think about it, do you remember what you said? That you knew all along about me saving Lynn tonight? If you knew, why didn't you try to stop me? It's simple. Because I couldn't, even if I wanted to. Why not? Remember the thing about individual differences and the powers we get. I can control all kinds of things, from the living to the dead. But even so, there are some things that you can do that I can't. You mean, I can't even rewind time, let alone change the fate of a death. If I could do those things, I would have saved your life. Not only that, but I never would have just let my fiancée stay dead like that. But you're here 10 years in the past now. That's thanks to your powers. I just tagged along with you. In any case, now the starting point of this entire tragedy has changed dramatically, altering fate. The fate of your death, the kitten Cecile's face, and I can just bet you the fate of the woman you love has changed too. Yes, I believe you're right. So, this was the last fate to be averted. So, Yomiel, it looks like your plan for revenge ended in failure. Yes, and I'm glad too. I think I kind of understand now what you've been feeling these 10 years. She understood. She shed tears for me. That's when my revenge was over. She saved me from the darkness. Well, I guess it's time we got back. A new 10 years later was just born. Right, we should get back to our new present. I can't wait to see Miss Lynn and Miss Camellia again. So these past 10 years will now all vanish. Well, not completely. The memories of all of us here will remain, including the memory of what I did, my crime. That's the way this game of the dead works. And no matter what the reason, there's no denying the fact that I took Lynn hostage and tried to point a gun at her. I have no intention of running away from that either, the most inexcusable crime in my new life. And let's not forget you shot a detective point blank in the face too. And you blew up another person. Hey Cecile, yes. When we go back, our fates will no longer be interconnected. It'll be like we never met. So, before that happens, I just wanted to say one thing. Tonight, I stole away your life with my own hands. I'm truly sorry. That's already a thing of the lost past. Our fates have changed now, right, Yomiel? Thank you, Cecile. I'm so very glad I met you. Me too, Yomiel. Cecile, are we ever going to see each other again? I couldn't stand it if we weren't. Don't worry, Missile. I bet we'll see each other again someday. 10 years from now, our paths are sure to cross. We'll just have to wait until then. Cecile, I'll, I'll never forget you. I'll never forget you either, valiant little doggy. Well, it looks like you come to live with me now. So let's be getting home, little black cat. Home. That sounds good, Detective Jow. We all witnessed the birth of a new beginning, and now we're each going back to our own new present. We said goodbye to the parts of our stories that would be lost, believing that someday our paths would all cross again. Wait, before you go back to a new present, I wanted to thank you. Before I cease to exist. Oh, it's you. Yes, it is I, Ray, in case you have forgotten again. Thanks to you, everything has turned out as I had hoped. I really am grateful to you, Cecile. Thank you. But don't forget, I was only on a journey to find my own lost memory. Yes, I know that. I know all about you. Can I ask you a question, Ray? I want to know, who are you? Fair enough. I will tell you. Let me tell you about another version of tonight's events. You changed the fates of many people tonight, the first of which was hers. If you had not been there for her tonight, her fate would have been to die in that lonely spot on the outskirts of town. If that had occurred, what do you suppose would have happened? Let me tell you a story, the story of a little creature. After they stole her life that night, they broke into her apartment. They stole the wooden box from the ceiling hiding place and left, and in the process, two little dead bodies were left behind. However, the little fellow's spirit lived on. He desperately reached out his paw toward his mistress, and that's when a miracle occurred. What? Look at that! The powers of the dead. But how? He didn't really understand it himself. Not yet, anyway. But with all you know now, I bet you understand it, do you not? Wait a minute. That's right. He died inside the aura of that strange energy. But unfortunately, with his meager powers, he was unable to save his little mistress. There just wasn't anything he could do with only the power to swap objects. He needed the power to manipulate objects in order to save the little lady. The little fellow chased after the men, but there still wasn't anything he could do. In the end, he was left behind with the man in red in the deep, deep sea. And then he went back. He went back to the world of 10 years before, to the moment of the man in red's death. What? He decided to wait it out. He decided to wait until that night came again. And that's the other version of the story of this night. A story that has taken these 10 years to be retold. So that was you. That's right. I'm Miss Soul. 10 years is a very long time in dog years. You couldn't change the fates of these people on your own, so you decided to wait those 10 years out. Then, at last, that fateful night rolled around again. By this time, I had grown old, and my powers were weak, so I decided that I needed to find somebody to help me this time around. Somebody who possessed different powers than me. Wait a second, you were able to manipulate that desk lamp. Over the course of the long years, my powers changed. My ability to swap objects weakened, but I became able to manipulate small objects. But in that case, why didn't you cooperate with yourself? Because I couldn't. From watching the man in red, I found out there were individual differences in our powers. I couldn't do any of the things he could do, like travel through the telephone lines, for example. What? It may not seem like much, but it's a very important power, especially if you're trying to chase somebody. There's something I don't understand. You knew from the very beginning that I had that power. How did you know so much about me? Why wouldn't I? After all, we had met before, on that night the first time around. We what? We met before. From listening to the conversation of the two intruders to the apartment, I learned that Miss Lynn had lost her life at that junkyard on the edge of town. I followed the ghost world paths to the junkyard and came upon an incredible scene. Imagine, if you will, there in the darkness, a twisting and swiveling desk lamp It made my fur stand on end, I can tell you. That was me, so I was shot on that night the first time around as well. You had lost your memory that time too. You had just died, and you felt confused. You declined to cooperate with me. I did what? I just want to find my own lost memory. I'm sorry, but I can't help you. That's what you said. And then you disappeared away over the telephone line. I'm really sorry I didn't help you. That's why I decided that this time I would use that desire of yours to our mutual advantage. Mutual advantage. The only thing you were interested in was finding your own lost memory. If I could guide you along the right path to doing that, we would both benefit. And, namely, the right path would be the path to the man in red, to Yomiel. What? I gave you the information needed to know to set you in the right direction. Then I gave you a time limit. A time limit? That's right. As you know, I said you only had until tomorrow morning. If I hadn't done that, you wouldn't have found out the truth tonight. And the man in red would have been sealed away at the bottom of the sea forever. If that had happened, it would have been all over. Then you mean that thing about ceasing to exist? Oh, that? Completely made up. A little naughty of me, I know. I just wanted you to use your time wisely. I hate to admit it, this little doggy really outsmarted me in every way. Let's just call it the wisdom that comes with age. Now it's time to say farewell. These past 10 years will cease to exist, and with them, so will I. Missile, I believed in you. I always knew you could do it. So you did. Thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Missile, so you waited and waited these 10 long years, all for the sake of your two ladies, Lynn and Camilla. Of course, because that's what good doggies do. Now then, farewell, Cicel. And so the story of a single night came to an end. Nobody. I made my way back to a new present. How come it's dark? I'll just turn on the lights here. Were you surprised? You bet I was. You nearly scared me to death. Yippee, it worked. It's not even my birthday today. It was my mom's birthday the day before yesterday. I made the surprise for her, but it came out so well, I wanted to use it again. That's all right then. After all, we're celebrating the birth of your new position as detective, right? Really? Thank you, Detective Chow. Dad, you're home. Hi, Camilla. Let me introduce you. This is Lynn. She was just assigned to the detective division today. Hi, Camilla. It's nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too, Lynn. Congratulations on becoming. Is something wrong? You have one of those badges too. This. I have one just like it. My dad just gave it to me the other day. Yours looks a lot older than mine, though. How long are you going to keep wearing that badge, Lynn? What's wrong with it? To me, this is a symbol of a real detective. It's been 10 years since then, hasn't it? Who would have guessed you would actually become a detective one day? When you gave me this badge, I just knew. I knew it was my destiny somehow. Destiny. Now that I'm a detective, I'll find out where that destiny will lead me. That you will. That you will. Oh, hello. Don't tell me you're that same little kitten. That's right, the very one. You know what? This is a very, very special cat. He's 10 years old, but he's still a kitten. Still a kitten. He never got any bigger or anything. What a mysterious little fellow. I know, right? His name is Cecil. Cecil. That seems to me I've heard that name somewhere before. I think Cecil likes you, Lynn. Alright. Alright, everyone, let's start the celebration. Okay, Mom. I bet you're just like me. Your destiny led you here somehow, too. So we meet again, Cecil. From just that single night as a human, I got a glimpse into their world. And I learned something. Their fates, their lives, they were all interconnected. Somewhere, somehow, in some way. And now this is my new fate. I guess I really am a cat. It suits me just fine to curl up and watch the strange and beautiful patterns of their lives as they unfold. And it looks like I'll have plenty to watch here for quite a while.
Unicorn Turtle said, "Turtle time."